Here we go.
Thank you, Kim. Thanks for having us on time this morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners, December 18th, 2024. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, citizen input. Brenda, do you have anyone? Okay, no one's there. Kim, is anyone online for citizen input? No raised hands today? Gosh, how did that happen? All right, then let's go to our consent agenda.
What's the protocol for this with all the different jurisdictions? Okay.
Yes. I
Okay.
clicked already because I was like, okay, this looks like we're going to be here for 3 days doing this.
So I'll just acknowledge, yeah, we're convening as the governing body of multiple districts by doing this today. It is printed in the agenda. And with that, I will move the consent agenda.
Second.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Devon?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. All right. So now we are on action item number 12. Wonderful to see Dave Doyle coming to the desk.
Morning, Commissioners. Dave Doyle, County Attorney. Item number 12 on your agenda is the appointment of Kent Vanderkamp as the Deschutes County Sheriff for the period of January 1, 2025 until his elected term begins on January 6th. The need for that is because the sheriff and the undersheriff are both retired as of the December 31st, and the board needs to appoint somebody to fill that role. The outgoing sheriff, the undersheriff are in support of this appointing Kent Vanderkamp, as is Kent Vanderkamp, who's here in the room. And so we prepared a board order for you. Upon signing that order, I believe Kent has coordinated with Steve Dennison, the county clerk, and they'll see to getting the oath signed so that at 12 a.m. midnight on January 1, he will automatically become the sheriff, and that'll continue right on through his elected term, which begins on January 6th, and I believe has a more formal process for the swearing in and all. So order number 2024-049 is before you, and it'd be the recommendation of staff that you move approval of that. I don't know if you want to talk to the sheriff to be or not, but I do see here in the room, and
Great.
say I understand he and the clerk have coordinated with getting the oath signed at some point today.
Great. Well, we're delighted that he's agreed to serve these 5 days.
Mhm.
And will be serving for the next 4 years for Deschutes County. It's really a wonderful process. Elections are always incredibly complicated, but just all the things that I've been hearing from the community, the people that have been moving around and staying within Deschutes County, we have some really outstanding law enforcement people. And I am so proud that Kent will be leading, and people seem to want to stay, and not everyone, but a lot of people will be moving around. So good luck with that. And, I'm sure January 6th, there'll be a huge crowd for that ceremony. So do we need a motion?
Well, thanks for working through this process, and congratulations on being elected the sheriff. This is just that little window of time that from retirement. So I'm glad we're able to come up with this process. I do support, our public safety, the patrol, the jail operations, detectives, all the services of the office and the troops that are out there. So thank you very much. As I say, I don't know if you'd like to say anything. Yeah. Go ahead and go on the microphone. Yeah.
Should
Thank you.
identify yourself for the record, please.
Kent Vanderkamp, Sheriff-elect for Deschutes County. I appreciate the commissioner's support, and the office and I are both excited to get started. Albeit just a week, we have lots to do, and that week will add up to good use of time.
Yeah, great.
So
Well, thank you.
so much.
Sheriff-elect Vanderkamp, thank you for rising to the call of service 5 days early. I look forward to being sworn in with you on January
There you go.
6th.
Thank you.
Great.
With that, I'll move approval of Board Order number 2024-049, appointing Sheriff-elect Kent Vanderkamp as Deschutes County Sheriff for the period of January 1st, 2025 through January 5th, 2025, preceding his swearing in.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes.
Great.
Oh.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And I do believe we are going to have an official picture because Eric is here.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
I'm glad you were available and yes, those extra days. Okay, we're now to item number 13. Pam, good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. Cam Sparks for the budget manager for the record. This item number 13, is a public hearing and a consideration of a resolution, a budget adjustment resolution to align actual beginning working capital in our budget to how we actually came in at the end of fiscal year 24. So basically, when departments calculate an estimate of their beginning working capital, they do this in the February, March timeframe. They're putting together projections on how much they think they're going to spend by the end of the year. But in every fund, it's never 100%. So we always have some different variance. Last year was the first year we did this type of adjustment. And we just did the funds that were that had actually come in under what they had estimated because we wanted to make sure that their appropriations weren't greater than the resources that they had. This year, we're just going ahead and we're adjusting all the funds, whether they came in higher or lower. The majority of the funds, the offset is to contingency or reserves. There's a handful of funds that don't have contingency or reserves, and the offset is program expenditures. And the reason why this is a public hearing is budget law requires that if a supplemental budget increases resources or requirements more than 10%, it requires a public hearing, and that was the case for our code abatement fund. I wasn't going to get into the detail of fund by fund unless you have specific questions.
Well, and I'll acknowledge that the consent agenda had 5 other funds that were adjusted also. So that was how we started off the meeting. This is just a public hearing, as she mentioned, that's a little bit larger than the 10% in that fund.
Right. And again, this is just the county's adopted this as best practice to provide transparency and just make sure we're in alignment with the resources that a fund actually has.
And yeah, just a sense of place. So this is halfway through the fiscal year, and this is post closing the books on last fiscal year. So this is really just dialing in our monthly reports with the best known information halfway through a fiscal year.
So I have a question, Kim.
Mhm.
Pam, when you get through looking at like a page and a half or a page and a quarter of all the numbers, what is, when you add them all up together, there's debits and credits, what is the number?
Good.
I mean, I just was curious because, okay, we've got these huge entries.
Yes, let's see.
I mean, human services is 8 million, campus is 57.
So in total, we are increasing beginning working capital and appropriations by 16,815,787.
I don't want to go through this line by line, but some of the larger shortfalls or the
Mhm.
negatives in this column, I would love to hear just To the extent that you have that information at your fingertips, I would love to hear, you know, what happened, or, you know, why the revenue, or the revenue came in higher than, or lower than expected, or the expenses came in higher than. So the three I'm seeing, you know, the three pretty big ones are, you know, general county reserve, health benefits, and this special transportation item.
Yes, for
Okay.
two,
Yeah.
2.6 million.
So the county reserve, this was just timing of expenditures. This is also related to the courthouse, and we know that the courthouse has been a little bit behind in spending. And that's true for the campus improvement fund as well. Oh, I'm sorry. Campus improvement came in higher because of the spending. I don't actually have the details of why county reserve came in lower. I can certainly follow up on that. For the special transportation fund, I do know that this was really, it was an error. They inadvertently budgeted where they thought they were going to be as of December 31st, and they didn't take into account the activity that occurred the last 6 months of the year. What was the other one you mentioned, Commissioner Chang?
The health benefit.
Health
I
benefit.
think I know the answer to that one.
Yeah, we knew this one was going to come in lower based on our projections because the expenditures were coming in higher towards the end of the year. But the good news is it actually didn't come in as low as we thought. It actually came in $800,000 higher.
Thank you.
Was this a recommendation from us, Adams, our auditors, or I'm just wondering, or of our new treasurer?
No, it was not a recommendation. Robert Tuntel, our CFO, this is something they actually used to do at Lane County.
Oh, that's right. He's the CFO, not the treasurer. That's
Yeah. And so that's why we've, adopted this. It's not something that's required by budget law, but again, it just provides that transparency and makes sure that funds don't have appropriations that don't line up with their resources.
Well, it's, I'm glad he brought it with him. A good thing to bring from Lane County.
If I could just ask one more question about that special transportation error.
Mhm.
I mean, it's a pretty big number. Like, within the budget for the road department, I mean, is that a major concern for them, you know, having to kind of square that all up at the end of the year, or is that an absorbable, you know, not a major concern?
Yeah, I don't think it is a concern, and it is its own separate fund. It's separate from the road fund. And when I spoke with their business manager, there wasn't a concern there. I think that they'll be able to absorb that within the FY25 budget.
Thank you.
Big special transportation fund is our dial-a-ride and bus system numbers, not our road department.
It is?
I'm thinking, yeah.
This is the
Oh.
special transportation. I'm trying to remember the full name of the fund, the STIF.
Yeah, we'll see.
fund.
Yeah, so
Can't
this
remember
is
quite off the top of my head. I don't know. Whitney can speak.
the
to that.
payroll and the transportations and the buses.
But
That's correct, Commissioner DeBonne. These are the payroll taxes that go to fund transit services, and the road department is administering that separate fund. This also recognizes the consolidation of the STF and the STIF programs, which are now being budgeted together, is my understanding. So that also probably, Commissioner Chang, helps you a little bit with kind of how this fund may impact the other more road-centric funds that road has oversight for.
Thank you, Whitney.
any other questions?
Well, and just acknowledging that I think part of that is ordering buses and receiving buses end up in different fiscal years. So that's an estimate of delivery on buses.
And as Cam said, just, you know, only running your numbers to December when they should go to June.
So who has the oversight on that?
The road department does oversee this fund.
The road department?
Mhm.
What Commissioner DeBonne was saying was just that's not expenditures on our road activities. They are roads, the road department is the administrator of the
Right.
There's no more questions. I'll move approval of resolution 2024.
Sorry.
We have to open a public hearing. Yep. Thank you very much. Yes, so let's open a public hearing. Perhaps someone in the room will have some questions too, besides the commissioners. So opening up the public hearing, is there anyone in the room that cares to testify? Kim, is there anyone online has a raised hand? No raised hands. Okay. All right. So then let's go ahead and we'll close the public hearing. This has been noted, so people were aware of it. And with what did you say? A net result of 16,815,900 something?
Want to get that number again? 16,815,787.
Okay, 787. Okay, and no cents.
No, we do not like to put pennies in the budget.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Just wanted to make sure I had all of that. All right. So it's significant, $16 million, almost $17 million worth
This
of
is
adjustment.
just- I will point out, this is just for the county funds. This does not include the special districts that were included on the consent agenda.
Right. Yes, this is just for the county. Okay. All right. So,
I'm
discussion?
You can make the motion.
Now I'm happy to make the motion to move approval of resolution 2024-050, increasing or reducing beginning working capital and appropriations within the 2024 to 25 Deschutes County budget.
And I will second it.
Is there any further discussion?
So just acknowledging today, we'll hear a finance update for our monthly financials, but that'll be for November. So this will be future adjustments to those beginning working capitals in the funds as we know them.
Oh, and I might note that now the revised budget is $206,476,974. So we're over the 200 million rank now with this adjusting entry. So calling for the vote, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So thank you for this. Thank you, Robert. So we must have another item.
Yes, I'm going to be here for a while.
Okay, 14.
Okay, this is also a public hearing. And this is another budget adjustment specifically related to the Health Benefits Fund. As we've discussed, and Robert has discussed it, the monthly financial updates, we have new projections that are different than our budget. We had expenditures that we were projecting to come in higher, and we increased the premiums to departments by an additional 15%. So this adjustment just recognizes that additional revenue and increases the appropriations so that we have the budget to cover those expenses that we are projecting to come in higher than we had originally budgeted. Additionally, just to true up the entire fund, we're aligning the budget with our current projections for prescription rebates, interest earnings, and claims reimbursement. So in total, we are recognizing an additional premium revenue of $5,389,356. Will increase appropriations by $5,117,752 and contingency by $271,604. And then recognizing that other miscellaneous revenue to align with our projections increases revenue by $621,646 and will increase contingency by the same amount. And again, this is a public hearing because it does increase resources and requirements in the fund by more than 10%.
So are there any comments, questions?
Just acknowledging this was a response to the Health Benefits Trust Benefits Fund following their budget process. So this is, as I say, the same scenario, truing up the real numbers as we see them, as we did respond as an organization.
I'd also recognize that this increase is a significant ask or demand for our county departments, but we part of what distinguishes Deschutes County as an employer is that we offer an excellent health benefits program, and this is part of what's necessary to make that happen. So glad that everyone's participating and contributing to maintain quality health benefits for our employees.
Yes, the departments are contributing significantly more. And as I've talked to people in private industry, their insurance went up 29%. So yes, we definitely have the golden Porsche plan here for Deschutes County, as I call it. It's unbelievably generous. So is there a motion, or let's see, we have to have a public hearing. So public hearing is opened. Is there anybody in the room that cares to address the issue? Kim, is there anyone online that wants to address the issue? Okay, so we'll close. No one? Okay, so we'll close the public hearing. And any comments?
I'll make the motion. I'll move approval of resolution 2024-061, increasing revenue and appropriations within the 24-25 Deschutes County budget.
Is there any further discussion? Calling for the vote then, Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. Thank you, Kim. You're welcome.
Thank you.
And now we are at item number 15.
Commissioners, I'd like to just provide some opening remarks as we invite other members of the team that will present on this item up to the table. As the board's aware, we're beginning the fiscal year 2026 budget process early and seeking board direction on a number of issues and areas as we prepare the budget. On December 2nd, the board approved approximately $1 million in savings to the transient room tax and general fund. Today is a follow-up discussion addressing the TRT, the transient room tax budget discussion item. We have a recommended motion in the staff report, this to direct staff to prepare the county's fiscal year 2026 budget with items 1 through 4 as presented below, and we'll talk about those in just a moment. Staff would like to offer a slightly revised recommended motion, which would be to prepare the budget at this time with items 2 through 4 as presented. And the reason is that the first item that you're going to learn more about here in just a moment regarding the environmental health fees, and we're going to learn about what the transient room tax allocation to the health services department, and particularly and specifically environmental health, what it covers. We're continuing to learn about those potential impacts. So we would like certainly to have the team present that this morning as scheduled, to listen, to learn, to ask questions and discuss it. But let's, my recommendation is that the board not take action on item number 1 today. Let's continue to discuss that early in the new year as we consider impacts to various departments, as we consider our limited growth and targeted savings, focused savings discussion. So I just wanted to provide those opening remarks, and Cam, I'll turn it back to you and the team to present the item. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. So Nick, kind of covered a little bit why we're bringing this forth today. And one of the reasons why the TRT fund,
Cam, could you talk a little closer to
Oh,
the
sure.
microphone? I think it's a little soft, and
Is that
if
better?
someone's trying to listen online.
Okay.
Thank you. That's better.
One of the reasons why we are including the TRT fund in our fiscal year 26 budget initiative that, as Nick mentioned, we are kicking off early, is because as we've discussed, the general fund is not going to have the ability to make a contribution to capital reserve as it has in the past. And TRT is another source of discretionary funding that we have been contributing to the capital reserve fund and will be the sole source of those contributions, at least in the short term. So preserving those funds are crucial because, again, it is the primary means of saving for future capital projects. And one of the items is also related to the fact that we are anticipating to budget TRT revenue, we're going to keep that flat. We might even decrease that depending how TRT revenue comes in over the next few months. And so as you'll see, item number 3 is a request to also keep discretionary allocations flat in fiscal year 26. So today we're seeking direction, as Nick mentioned, on 2 through 4, with 1 being more of, we're going to hear from environmental health just to listen and learn about what the impact is in terms of increasing fees. So I think what I'll do is maybe just walk through 2 through 4 first, then we can go back to 1, and then environmental health can give their presentation if that works.
That'd be great. Thank you,
Okay.
Cam.
So the item number 2 is related to the general fund and the TRT funds. So historically, the general fund's been paying for a dispute resolution contract. It's about $20,000 a year. And we're proposing to move this to the Justice Court's budget because this is the fund that utilizes this contract. And so this will more accurately show the cost of operating the Justice Court. So this would shift those costs from the general fund, but because Justice Court is they balance their budget with TRT, this would ultimately end up being TRT funding.
So that number 381,000 per year, is that going to be the total or 381 plus 20?
It'll be the 381 plus 20.
20,000 for the record,
20,000.
not
yes.
20. Yes.
20 million.
So
No, it's 1,000 a year.
I know, I'm joking.
am
Yeah.
I,
It's
am
not
I
a joke.
tracking this correctly? We're just basically lumping 2 expenditures from TRT into what?
Well, we will be, yes. Up until fiscal year 26, general fund has been paying the 20,000 instead of TRT.
Okay.
And I believe the general fund used to actually be the budget backstop for Justice Court. And it's at some point in the past handful of years, it shifted to the TRT fund. And I think the dispute resolution contract is just sort of left over. It was still remaining in the general fund.
But I support this proposal.
Who is that contract with? Do you know?
For the record, Whitney Hale, Deputy County Administrator. Commissioner, that contract is with Community Solutions. And you'll recall that they come to the board each year and talk about the services that they're providing. And just to kind of elaborate on what Cam was sharing with the board, that contract historically has been available for all county departments and offices. However, as we've looked back at utilization over the past couple years, it's really only been being used by Justice Court, which is part of the reason why I think it was historically placed in the general fund, but we're proposing the shift based on utilization.
Okay. Is the director Kat of that program? Do you remember?
You know, I'm not.
know she's
sure.
an
I remember
equestrian, but-
Gary, I think, was a prior.
Was it?
Gary was a prior.
No, it's a woman
executive
now. I went to their
director.
event. They had a thank you at,
Yeah, since it transitioned from Gary, I don't know that I've kept track on that, but I can follow up with you.
he's moved out of state, I believe.
Okay.
But anyway, yes. No,
Thank you.
I think her name was Kat.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So then do you want to go to item 3?
Yes, item number 3. So again, revenue, we are planning on holding revenue flat or maybe even decreasing it from the fiscal year 25 budget. Therefore, we also are proposing that we hold existing TRT allocations flat from fiscal year 25.
Pretty basic.
Well, and it's a public policy statement saying, okay, well, this is the pie and this is how we're going to allocate it. So I support that also.
We it may have been just last week's or with the week before's board packet that went through what those allocations are.
Mhm.
But I mean, for the public's benefit, if anyone is watching this, could you just, you don't even have to give the numbers, but if you could just quickly review for us,
Yeah.
how much is going to the sheriff's office, how much is going to.
Let me just pull that. up
3.7
so I
million to the
don't,
sheriff?
Miss one. Yes, so sheriff's office is one. The courthouse debt service is another. That one may fluctuate a little bit. We can't necessarily hold that one flat, but it'll be pretty close to what the fiscal year 25 budget was. Justice court, with the exception of adding that 20,000. Public health, so this is to cover half of the environmental health fees. And then the remainder, or excuse me, then there's also a contribution to Fair and Expo Reserve. And then the remainder, whatever's left over, we're modeling to go to the Capital Reserve Fund.
Thank you.
So what is the number that went to the sheriff's end? Is that baked in? Is it,
Yeah, so it's
is it on, it's on a
roughly
percentage?
3.7 million.
What?
It's roughly 3.7 million.
Okay, that's what I remembered, yeah. And what's the debt for the courthouse?
1.5 million.
Okay, and that could be plus or minus. Plus probably, not any minuses,
Yeah,
right?
a small amount.
Okay, great. All right. So what about number 4? What are you going to say about it?
Okay, so number 4. So similar to the request that we made for the general fund, we're proposing no new external commitments of the TRT fund.
As I say, and that's a policy statement. I think the transient room tax, it's flexible dollars, that we could think of them as general fund also, because this is the dollars that are generated, but the percentage that's flexible. So I support this also going into our budget process.
See, are there any other comments? Okay, so we're going to hear from,
Do we want to do the motion for items 2 through 4 first, or do we want to hear from environmental health first?
It's got its own agenda item.
well, they are listed here. We could do the motion and let's go ahead and hear from environmental health, and then we can do the motion.
Okay, so item number 1 is to seek direction on increasing environmental health fees to significantly reduce or eliminate the TRT and prior video lottery subsidies, which total 527,000. So 250,000 in video lottery funds and 277,000 in TRT. This cost would be absorbed and built into fees. And I do just want to remind the board that on December 2nd, the $500,000 of core county services, which included the $250,000 for environmental health fees, was allocated to debt service for fiscal year 26. So the board would either need to allocate additional video lottery funds, or if we didn't increase fees and we kept the subsidy at the 527,000, that 250,000 would need to shift to the TRT fund. And with that, I think we'll ask environmental health to give their presentation.
Sure. Good morning.
Commissioners.
Hi, guys.
Emily Horton, Program Manager for Environmental Health Preparedness and Engagement, and I'm joined by
Eric Money, Deschutes County Environmental Health Supervisor.
Adria Albin, Environmental Health Supervisor.
And so first, I just want to take a second. I know that we've had a lot of changes in public health in the last year-ish, including a restructure. And so you're probably used to seeing Tom up here doing a similar presentation. So I just want to...
Where is Tom today?
So Tom actually has moved to a different position. He is a management analyst. So he's working more on managing projects, not people. And so I've taken over the management of environmental health as well as preparedness and engagement for public health. So we've also done some internal restructures, and you'll see a new supervisor up here with Adria. So you've seen her a couple times in the last couple months asking for approval to apply for a couple grants. So we took a high level environmental health specialist and repurpose that position into a second supervisor to better balance environmental health because Eric had way too many direct reports. So we've done a little bit of restructuring within both public health as a whole to be more efficient and best utilize our resources, and then environmental health too. So, and with that, I'm wondering.
Can I just ask about that? So, Adrian, Eric, are you doing kind of two parts of the same thing, or are you, is there some kind of division of labor among the supervisors then?
There is some division of labor, and it's a transition period also as I kind of grow into this position. So right now, I've taken several of the staff in environmental health and taken over supervisory responsibilities, evaluations, things like that to help support Eric in that way. And then moving forward, it looks like Eric will be doing more of the regulatory oversight of the program, and I would be doing more non-regulatory.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions about that?
Eric, how many years have you been with Deschutes County? And thank you so much for being here. You've got your shirt on.
Yeah, I do. 29 years.
29. Thank you so much. It's appreciated.
Perfect.
Oh, good.
So we're going to start out with just a little bit about why we're here today. We're going to overview the current state of all the services environmental health provides to the community. And then we're going to go through 3 different future states depending on the level of investment that the board decides to give environmental health and how that may affect fees. So our mission, just a reminder, is to promote and protect the health and safety of our entire community. Environmental health is partially regulatory, and I think in the past we may have spoken quite a bit about the inspection side of environmental health and what that looks like, and maybe less about the other work that environmental health does, but it is multifaceted and it's not just inspections, although it's a major part of what we do. So this is just a quick overview of the various environmental health programs. So food, pool, and lodging licensing and inspection is that kind of main thing that we've often talked about. That is the only program that is required and fee generating. You can see in green, we have 3 other required services that environmental health provides. So that's the water system surveys and monitoring, animal bite follow-up and rabies prevention, elevated blood level case response, as well as indoor air, food safety training through manager and food handler training, consultation and support for new businesses, school and childcare inspections, many community questions and concerns, and doing a lot of press releases and media. I'm going to turn it over to Eric, I think.
Oh, thank you. Some of the other services that we provide that aren't supported by any of the restaurant, pool, lodging fees and are supported by TRT and other county investment are the animal bites that are reported to animal control and vets and urgent care. And then if there is a bat that bites a human and tests positive for rabies, we do a press release, and there are a whole lot of calls about bats in my home. And then elevated blood lead case response. If we have a situation where children are getting exposed to lead from eating applesauce, which we've seen, or there's lead in other environmental exposures, we have to make a response to that. There is a program element that the drinking water program with OHA supports through a yearly grant. And there are 185 systems that we have authority over for public water systems. When there's an E. coli report in a water system and boil water notices, or a subdivision runs out of water, their well dries up, that is cause for a whole lot of work on those situations. And then when wildfire season hits, we are assisting schools and childcares, offering them different types of how to get your air safe inside your environment, giving them box fans and other air monitoring tools. And in addition to the 1,100 restaurants and mobile food units that we inspect, we also provide food handler education and training classes and certifications to at least 250 people a year. And then business consultations and support, assorted questions and concerns. We have a whole lot of people that call and say, I want to cater for my house doing barbecue, or I want to have our church wants to have a bake sale. So we just spend a lot of time on the phone and emails talking with folks that have these different concerns. With the concerns, you can see there's 200 a year where people want to talk about mosquitoes or their neighbor who's hoarding, or they got food poisoning at a restaurant, and could you please follow up on that? So those are some of the things that people maybe don't see that aren't quite as obvious as far as inspections of food, pool, and lodging facilities.
In addition to the non-fee-based services that Eric just talked about, we also have a number of fee-based services that we provide. These are the things Emily mentioned that you may have heard a little bit more about in the past during our presentations. I'm just going to go over them quickly. Basically, there are two categories. One is a category of facilities that are both licensed by our department as well as inspected. Those include restaurants, commissaries, and warehouses. We have over 800 of those that we license and do 2 inspections per year on each of those. We license and inspect over 200 mobile food units, also inspected twice a year. The pools and spas, which generally we inspect those twice a year. For seasonal pools, we would inspect them once a year. And then we also license and inspect tourist facilities, including hotels, motels, campgrounds, recreation parks. Those are inspected generally once a year. And then we license and inspect temporary restaurants. Those are the things that you see at our public festivals with the food being served on tables under tents. And those are inspected 1 time per event. So if they're serving at multiple festivals during the summer, we'll see them multiple times. And then there's another category of inspection work that we do that's fee-based. Those are facilities that are not licensed by our department, but they are inspected through contracts. And we inspect about a little over 100 childcare facilities. So those are home childcares as well as childcare centers. Those are inspected once a year. And then we also inspect 63 school lunch programs, which are inspected twice a year.
I remember the school lunch programs. I think we've done a waiver for some of that. What's the current status of that?
I'm not sure about that. Do you know, Emily?
We do all of yeah.
But do we charge?
We do charge.
Yeah, okay, that's
Yeah, the waiver was a subsidy in the past with benevolent organizations. I don't know if that's what you're recalling, but
I'm just thinking the school inspections. It just is coming from memory that I think we had that discussion years ago about how much do we subsidize or support this or not charge for the level of inspection we're really providing. And I don't know what the current status is for schools.
The schools do pay for the inspections, kind of wrapped into those fee-based services that I just talked about were the restaurants. So a subset of the restaurants are benevolent organizations which do receive a fee waiver. So they receive a 0 fee license and inspection services. Yep.
And then as we'll be discussing, I mean, we're not charging restaurants and many of these other entities the full cost of the full cost of the inspection. So that's part of the reason we've been adding some TRT or video lottery funds for the schools. Is it similar where we're not charging the full cost of our operation?
Well, the fees cover the inspections for food, pool, lodging, childcares, and schools.
Okay.
And then I think that the county investment in TRT is covering some of the other non-fee based services we provide.
Okay, then Because we've had numerous discussions about raising the fees for entities that are being inspected because they were not fully covering our costs. So can you reconcile those two things for me?
So I think maybe what you're referring to, and I didn't give those presentations, so I'm not 100% sure what the conversation was, but so there's two pieces, right? And a license fee is typically covering the administrative cost of the license. We have inspections that are required for environmental health to do on top of that. But the entire license fee, if you do like a time study, should be close to covering. But like we've talked about with all like healthcare costs and all of these indirects and other things that are going up at a higher rate than what the rate is of increase on the inspection fees, those things aren't reconciling necessarily. Does that kind of potentially cover that question?
So, I mean, are we saying the inspector is covered, but not the entire organization that is necessary to have an inspector?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of
Carol's saying yes. Okay.
different
There you
ways
go.
to look at it. Our fees basically cover the cost of our staff. It doesn't cover all of the indirects that we have. Is one way to look at that. Another way is that the investment that the county makes through TRT or general fund or however that happens, it's been various ways throughout time. It also enhances our services and it covers all of these other non-fee-based services that we do that we're not allowed to cover with, like we can't charge a restaurant and have them cover the cost of a rabies call, right? And so we have to have these other investments in order to cover those other services that environmental health provides. In some counties, they break that out and they have different budgets, or there's in large counties, they may have like a healthy homes or environmental health program that's not regulatory, and then a second program that is only regulatory and only food, pool, and lodging. We have a different structure here that includes all of those things together.
And it's important to reiterate what Emily said, the fees in statute, the fees that restaurants and food trucks and hotels and pool license, those fees have to be only used for those inspection and administration. So the restaurant cannot pay for me to talk to someone about, it's not legal for the fees that a restaurant pays to pay our staff to do other services that are not associated with that regulatory foundation.
But if we were to raise inspection fees, we could cover more of our administrative costs associated with inspections.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Is it?
There are more slides that I think.
There are
we're
more,
gonna want.
yeah.
I think
So some of this is a little covered in the next slide. Okay.
Okay.
So our first slide speaks to if there was no county investment. So this is removing all of the TRT that we've currently got. The video lottery funds, which was new last year, we split that about half and half. So we would be entirely funded by fees. Like Eric mentioned, the OAR listed there does require that fees are only going to those programs that are fee-based. So we would eliminate all of those non-fee-based services from environmental health. We would need to increase our fees by 34%, and we would also eliminate an environmental health specialist position in this scenario. So again, just kind of a reminder of what that looks like. We wouldn't do those rabies prevention work in environmental health, the blood lead level case response, indoor air, food handler, the business consultation and support, and concerns and questions. This would be really hard for our department, and I think it'd be hard for the county to, that's not the way that we do things of, oh, you have this question, sorry, I can't help you, click. We don't want to have to do that, and that's not how we typically.
So Emily, I have a question about the lead, the 33 cases. Were those all related to applesauce? We've had consistent testimony that the airport is causing lead issues in our air. And I just want to clarify, were those all from applesauce?
They were not all from applesauce. The other ones that I know of they're typically environmental exposures from children. So part of, your normal well child check can be a lead test. I know when my kids were little, they get a little finger prick and they test their lead levels, to make sure that they're not having environmental exposures from paint or toys or, imported candies, I think, are sometimes, those exposures. So I don't know if you guys have other details, but I don't know of any specifically from the airport.
Imported candy from where?
Various
Other
Huh?
countries.
other countries
Other countries.
that may not have as stringent environmental health programs.
Exactly. Okay. I hadn't heard candy before, so.
Okay. So our second scenario, Eric's going to talk a little bit about this.
Yeah. In scenario 2, if we got half of the current investment, whether it's TRT or video lottery funds, that would result in what we would ask for is a 29% fee increase. We would have to drop a lot of the non-fee based services, whether that's no wildfire response or indoor air quality assistance to long-term care facilities, childcare, schools. And there are a couple of mandated services like animal bites have to be followed up on. So we would probably keep that and the lead-based and some other communicable disease, legally reportable diseases we would follow up on. But a lot of the other non-fee-based services we would have to either not do or try to pivot those to another department.
All right, and then I'll describe the third scenario briefly. So in this scenario, we would maintain current levels of investment with TRT and video lottery funds, a little under $527,000 a year. The impact to the community under this scenario would be a 14% fee increase, and we would be able to maintain the current inspectional and non-fee-based services. The take-home point here really is that even if we do keep this current level of investment, this would still raise the fees more than they've ever been raised. For our licensed facilities, the largest raise that they've seen so far in a calendar or a fiscal year is 10%.
So one of the requests was to look at our fees in relation to other counties' fees. So you can see on the next several slides that we have our current fiscal year 25 fees and then those various scenarios.
That's the bottom line.
Yes. So
Yes.
the blue is what our current fees are. And then the 3 green are those various scenarios. So 14%, 29, and 34% increases.
Were we already the highest of the state?
And
We were already
in
the highest.
most
Can you put that back, Kim, please?
do that. Sorry.
I don't know. Press it again. Thank you.
In most categories across food, pool, and lodging, we are number 1.
This is number 1. Okay. A lot of times you want to be number 1. If you're a duck, you definitely want to be number 1. But in this case, I'm not sure you want to be number 1.
So a couple of things just about funding. I think I'll just mention again, and this is sort of tying to the beginning when we talked about how environmental health programs are structured. And some of the, you guys know every county is different and how indirect charges and internal service fees are handled is very different department to department. So when we talk to other environmental health departments, some of them have healthy homes split out into their own budget item that's not considered an item environmental health. Some county departments that are similar have they don't get internal service fees charged to their department, so they might not get like an indirect line item that says general fund, but they also don't pay internal service fees. So there's various ways this is structured. The take home message is to the business. We are on the high end and number 1 in most categories, not every single one, but most of them. So this is a restaurant fee. If we look at mobile licenses, which last year we did some kind of fee setting that was a little bit different by category. It's very complicated, as you know. I think Tom spoke to you guys quite a bit about this. We're fourth, but with any of our fifth, I guess, with any of these increases, we would move up. and be the highest in.
We're fourth right now. Actually, we're higher in some of those.
Yeah, it's averaged.
it's a
over,
wonky.
'cause, yeah, it's not equivalent across all those categories. For pool and spa licenses, we are currently the highest, and clearly if we increase fees by any of these amounts, we would continue to be the highest. Tourist accommodations, we're third, and we would move to the top of the list with this type of fee increase.
Oh,
So I just wanted to kind of level set as what our fee increases have been over historically. You can see here that last year with the 4% and 6% increase was our highest, and that was due a large part into the benefits and health benefits that we had to go back in October, I think, and ask for that fee increase to cover some of those costs. But with a 14 to 34% increase, that would be the greatest that we've seen.
Wow, and
Maybe-
I mean, we have so many people here that are retired. We're not, and their social security is going up 2.5% this next year. They are so struggling. I'm hearing that some people are having a hard time paying their property taxes. We need those people to be able to stay in their homes. But when you see this and you go, oh my gosh, it's really, it's at the top end of inflation, isn't it?
Really?
Yeah. When it went up 9%, what was that in 21? It went up, inflation went up to 9%. And we're still, it's still rolling.
I would just like also to mention, we work directly with businesses, but our main, people that we're trying to serve is the whole community, right? We serve every single resident and all the tourists, all the visitors to Deschutes County. Our work is trying to help convince, and I said this when I was an inspector, but if I go in on an inspection and I can convince that operator that I'm on their team to help them make the food safe for our community and for their consumers, that's my goal and that's my job. And if I'm doing well at my job, I can get them to think that I'm on their team. I'm not their adversary. I'm not in here to get them in trouble. My true job was that mentality. And I think environmental health really has that. And when fees go up at these kind of levels, it makes it really hard because we have a difficult relationship to begin with. And then on top of it, now we're asking for more money. It just, it's difficult. So
I know I had a personal experience where my purse fell over once in a restaurant. And I told my husband I didn't ever want to go back there again. So, it was like so dirty that I couldn't believe it. So I know what you're doing, but you need to be on their side. It's like being an auditor where you're not going in to find people's mistakes. You're actually to work together with them so that we're all better off. But those are really high.
yeah. So this is just one example of what the fee increases have been. And I think, yeah.
Is it required by state law that you have to go in twice a year? Of course it is, right?
Required, yes.
And we do that, right?
We try to get in twice a year. And we're doing a pretty good job of that.
95%-ish.
90 to 95%.
Okay.
This slide shows,
During COVID, right? But
we-
going back up.
yeah, I mean, the OHA shut us down from inspections for the better part of 2 years. So we're not still playing catch up, but we're almost caught up with where we need to be with field inspections. So this slide takes and looks at one specific category of restaurants, and the fees are based on the number of indoor seats. And so the most in one category, or the 16 to 50 seats, comprises about 41% of the restaurant licenses. So this shows since 2019 the rise in fees from year to year. And then at the top, you can see what the fees would be for that specific category if they went up 14, 29, or 34%. And so the last comment on that slide shows that since fiscal year 19, business licenses have experienced a 46% increase in fees.
All right, so I'm going to finish up with the last few slides, just talking again, kind of reiterating what Emily said in the beginning about our mission statement and our the reason our department exists in the community. We're a public service agency, and our mission is to protect the public health and safety of everyone in our community. As an inspector, we go out, we try to form relationships with the operators, we field calls from the community and try to give people what they need in order to be successful and healthy in our community. The higher the fees become, the more difficult that relationship becomes, and sometimes the public health message can get lost. So we just try to really advocate for the community and our ability to, when people call and when they ask us for things, to try to serve them as best we can. On the next slide, we have a few comments here about the impact on business relationships that we've observed over the last few years. We are in a kind of unique place, environmental health is, in our community, because we're able to be the face of Deschutes County when we go out into the community. We're the face of public health. We answer questions about public health, not only at the local level, but people ask us about decisions that are made at the state and even federal level. So we are the face of health and science and safety when we go out into the community. And we're the people that the community trusts with their questions about their own personal health, as well as the success of their businesses. So if people have an idea, I've seen it many times when I go out to a business for an inspection, people say, I'm working here right now, but I'd really like to start my own business. Or I have this successful business right now, and I have this one sauce or this one granola that's really successful. How could I start packaging it and selling it in local grocery stores? We're the ones that they ask those questions of. And so what we would really like to do is continue that role, not only doing inspections, but also being able to continue to provide the face of Deschutes County and the face of public health when people reach out to us.
Thank you for that. I mean, I know it's so important to have that relationship. Eric, I have a question. If you didn't get to somebody, you only saw them once, let's say this year, would they be on the top of the list to start in next year? I mean,
Absolutely.
you wouldn't lose that, right? You would
No, when
get out
they're
there sooner.
overdue, they are the first ones we want to hit. Like example is we're supposed to hit everything by the end of the year. One inspection by the end of June, another inspection by the end of December. And if we can't get to a few stragglers at the end of December, whether it's a pool at a hotel or a food truck
Or a blizzard.
or a blizzard or a blizzard, yeah.
A blizzard.
And then they are first in line in January.
Okay, that's what I was hoping you were going to say, so that we maintain that relationship.
Yes.
So I absolutely support that mission. I mean, what we're doing here is the right thing. We want to do it. Obviously, we're in a financial squeeze like we haven't seen before. In the last 10 years, really appreciate the fact that we were on a pretty comfortable growth path for many years. This is the moment. We're here in other jurisdictions around the state struggling. So I guess a question, I have a vision. Let's go sit in front of some legislative committee with this same presentation and explain it. I'll be right there with you. What's the big picture from public health modernization? Or is there anything down that path that we've been advocating for, or was committed to, that's not quite there, or anything along those lines?
Oh, I might let.
Yeah, here we go. Bring up the next. Yep.
Sure.
Because I know that has been the big push legislatively for years.
Great question. For the record, Heather Kaiser, Deschutes County Public Health Director. Yes. So as we head into this next legislative session, the Coalition for Local Health Officials is going to be advocating for $25 million in modernization funding. Currently, I think in the governor's budget, she put in $2 million. So that wouldn't even scratch the surface.
$2 million. She put in $2 million.
Mhm.
And you're saying 25 million.
Yes.
And that 25 million is going to cover 36 counties.
Well, not just counties, it's also OHA and
Oh,
CVS.
well, let's break it down even further.
So unfortunately, the 2 million would really just keep us status quo. And so a lot of modernization is around investments in core public health services, which includes communicable disease, preparedness, and environmental health. So yes, I think that's an area we need to continue to push at our legislature as investments from the state for really those core public health programs in Oregon.
So as to say, we'll look for an opportunity to get in front of some committee early in the session. And I mean, as I say, I am supportive. We are just in that tight spot. So I would say we'll figure out where we're going to go here today as a group. But there's definitely no intention on taking anything away here. I want to thank our management, and we're all doing this together as a whole organization. And I'm referring to Deschutes County proper now. How do we dial in our budget so we truly don't have those structural imbalances? So it's just the reality of where we're at right now. As I say, I'm hearing from different counties around the state that times are tough. And I mean, this is it. It's like the echoes of COVID and all these different things that we've done. We're trying to dial ourselves in. Inflation has been persistent. Just everything is compounding these days.
If I could just pull this up to the full public health division level, we have always had general fund investment in the public health division. And I believe that some of this, allocation of environmental of TRT or video lottery is more recent in nature. And so, in that big picture, basically, I think what we've seen is a shift of some of the county's commitment to public health to these other fund sources when we thought that they were more plush than the general fund. But now we're at a point where all of them, the general fund, TRT, video lottery are all constrained. So it would be helpful to also talk about this in the big picture of what are we putting into public health from the general fund, and these were public health items that were more amenable to putting over in TRT or video lottery, but they may not be any less urgent than other things that we're investing general fund dollars in public health. So, this may be a moment, especially in light of the discussion today that there's regulatory inspection fee funded activity, and then there's these other things like, indoor air quality, or making sure nobody gets rabies, that are really basic public health functions that are not necessarily tourism related. So can we, I'm not sure what we're going to do about this today, but can we look at this in that big picture kind of way? What are all the things within public health that we have historically tried to provide general fund support for? And kind of add these into that pool and think about, if not from TRT and video lottery funds, is that, are these things that we can pull back into general fund support? And I know that pinches us the other way, where we've been trying to constrain growth on general fund expenditures. But I mean, there's essentially public health functions that we have seen as essential through time that now in this budgetarily constrained environment, we still need to be committed to.
And Commissioner, I'll just quickly reply. That's exactly that thinking is exactly why we're recommending that the board not take action on this number one today. There's a lot more thinking to do about how do we strategize what public health, the investments in public health, along with all other general fund, TRT, video lottery, et cetera, funded departments are experiencing. So that line of thinking is just confirms our recommendation to proceed with items 2 through 4 today, but not number 1, if the board is comfortable with that path today.
Yeah.
Yes, the fact that we're already number 1 in a lot of those categories makes me incredibly nervous. And, seeing the trend line, yeah, it's going way up. So I think bringing that back is incredibly important.
Yeah, and there are businesses that are noticing the fee raises, to say the least, and they call me and they're not exactly wanting to invite me over for eggnog at Christmas. We've just sent out the renewal notices and for license renewal for 2025, and the fee raises have gotten some businesses' attention, and they ask me for an explanation. So I try to provide that.
Well, you see, you read that a lot of restaurant use has gone down in some areas. I mean, I realize we've got some trendy places where it's really impossible to get a reservation, but then we have other restaurants that are really struggling in today's economic inflation. And, they're paying higher prices for everything else they're selling. And then if they have to pay double for our inspection, and are they getting double the service?
That's what they ask.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Oh, well, so we are talking about this 6 months before we approve next year's budget. So think of that opportunity. We're taking time to do this now before the end of this year, in the middle of the fiscal year, to even try to have some of these tough conversations. So, let's go with that today, which is sounds like the same conclusion that we're starting with. But yeah, this is the reality of where we're at.
And if I could also just say, add a couple words about the public health modernization advocacy. I will be right there, pushing very hard, and trying to emphasize the priority of this, trying to at least get public health modernization to keep up with inflation. That'd be a bare minimum, but it is going to be a hard road. We've heard from the governor that her priorities are housing, homelessness, behavioral health, and transportation. And there's no mention of things like, adequate wildfire suppression funding or public health modernization, things that are really important and are so basic, but aren't on the radar screen. And we've seen that in the governor's recommended budget. So, this will be a challenging ask, and the more we can have our ducks in a row to do that advocacy, to explain the severe impacts on public health that will occur if our public health division falls farther and farther behind in terms of capacity, the better our advocacy can be.
So I'll offer that maybe Heather, you and I look for one of our Central Oregon legislators to sit down within the next month before they even go into session. At least we can talk to one person and get a little bit deeper into somebody that's going to be in office. Maybe there's a committee assignment that we can follow up on there also.
And I would love to look for opportunities for testimony and things like that,
Mhm.
through Chloe, through here. Yes, to be able to go there and tell our story.
And I've been asked to be on the LGAT committee again, which is that monthly trek over to Salem where we're in the room trying to bring up important issues. So then, of course, then there's the other issue. Hopefully I can drive over the pass because we'll have the roads clear, right? So yeah, this state has incredible challenges and modernization and roads. Yeah, passable roads, let's put it that way. Yes. And I do believe we'll know what's really happening with legislation. So, hopefully it'll come together. Yeah, we can only hope.
On Monday, we had our COCO, Central Oregon Cities Organization legislative roundup. We had legislators in the room. And I asked about, partnership revenue opportunities for local governments with the state. And it jumped right to revenue reform, referring to the whole state tax system, property taxes and everything. I'm like, no. How about we just aim for some partnership where we have increasing revenues with increasing costs in this next legislative session, because we're not going to be able to open the big book on the whole thing. So that's where I'll focus, making sure that we have a partnership in the state with the expected services, ORS required services, and the true cost of doing business. So I think that's a message that can really resonate. But yeah, thank you for those three scenarios. As I say, now this is it. We've laid it out in public and we did it in December. So thank you so much.
Thanks for the opportunity for the environmental health team to present.
If I can just, with my fellow commissioners, if I can just push one other advocacy channel that we haven't mentioned today yet. We saw the 5 highest priorities for the Association of Oregon Counties legislatively on Monday, and public health modernization wasn't one of them. So I I would ask that we, to the extent that this is important to us, that we try to make that a higher priority within AOC. I don't think there'll be a lot of counties who would oppose that. I mean, they may not feel the urgency that we do, but I'm guessing there's also going to be a lot of other counties who would think that this is a high priority.
Well, and thank you for that, because that's a great place to even pull this slide deck out and sit in front of other commissioners around the state and see if we can get some brain space on that. Hey, we've got the same problem, because I'm sure it's the same in each county.
And don't forget, the state of California spent $5 billion on the homeless and they have no accountability. So honestly, Oregon we're one of the highest tax states in the nation. When you add them all up together, highest, we're at the top end of the spectrum, but we honestly need to spend our money wiser. How many audits have we been able to go through on a state level and actually have clarity and transparency? So I do believe we're going to have to really look at how our money's being spent, because we are at the high end of the tax structure. And I think that's incredibly important. What's really going on there? It's incredibly challenging moments in history. So good news. So why don't we go back? Thank you all. Cam, do you want to come back up then? And if we could have a motion for points 2 through 4.
I would move that we direct staff to prepare the county's fiscal year 2026 budget with items 2, 3, and 4 as presented as guidelines, or with to contribute to the future financial sustainability in the general fund and transient room tax funds.
And I will second it.
Is there any further discussion?
Just acknowledging our discussion on item number 1, because that affects these also. So, I mean, if we're not making a decision on it, we're going to be setting ourselves up for a decision at some point.
And I do want to acknowledge Community Solutions. They've been part of our team. And if there are other departments that need them, it's good to know that they've been serving Deschutes County. So calling for the vote, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So
Thank you. I did also just want to thank Environmental Health because they didn't have a lot of notice to put together the presentation. So I appreciate that they did.
okay, and that will be sent to us then, will it not?
I did email that out.
Oh, was it?
yesterday, Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get it. Thanks.
Oh.
All right, item 16.
We'll be sure to post it online as well, just for others,
Okay.
to include it in the meeting packet. We'll make sure you have it, Brenda. Thank you. Sorry.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning, Laura.
Laura.
Thank you, Laura, for answering the emails after hours.
Oh, of course.
Just trying to see why Yellowstone did what it did. And the point of it was they couldn't afford to pay the inheritance taxes on the ranch. So that's why they sold it. It was,
What are you referring to? Don't
No,
tell
Laura
me
and
that
I-
now.
no, Laura and I were texting and I'm like,
I have a plan
know.
to watch that later.
oh, well, you need to watch it. It's really sad because Oregon is one of the 12 states, I believe, that has a very progressive inheritance tax. So, just part of the equation of what we're doing and how, do we have to be at the top end of a lot of things? No.
All right. Well, today we're here to talk about something else. Laura Skundrick, management analyst. So at your December 4th meeting, we had presented a proposed document amending the Mountain View Community Development Original ARPA grant agreement for their transitional shelter project. This was prompted by MVCD requesting an additional use of the ARPA funds. That was an addition to what was originally approved. So at that meeting, you had asked Rick Russell to return to a future meeting with additional information, which is why we're here today. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, Rick Russell, Executive Director of Mountain View Community Development. And John, you want just a brief introduction? Just a brief introduction, your name?
Yeah, hi, my name's John Stoneman. I'm 68, retired house painter.
Yeah, and part of our current safe parking program, and we'll talk about why he's here in just a moment.
I'm Michelle Cross. I'm working with Mountain View Community Development on the development we're talking about today.
Thank you,
So-
Michelle.
Just one additional note before I hand it over to Rick and the team, was just a change on the language of the amendment. So when we were here on the 4th, we presented amendment language that Mountain View Community Development has requested a small change. So instead of the bullet points in the amendment, it would instead just add the words research and development of. So it would read now, ARPA funds to be used for research and development of site work, infrastructure investment, community building, and restroom and laundry outbuildings. And that draft amendment is attached in your materials today. So with that, I will turn it over to Rick.
And we go back and amend the original document then from 23? I mean, that's what it's stated.
Yes.
Okay, so that's,
Yes, we had originally proposed one amendment, and now this is a new amendment that would replace the first amendment that was not approved. So it would go back and
okay,
amend
so
the
it's got
original
the
agreement.
24 number with the reference to. Okay, thanks.
Morning, commissioners, and happy holidays. I remember being here on February 14th. I like to spend all of my holidays with you. And
Oh, come on, Rick.
So next
Love
Wednesday,
coming
are you
here.
thinking?
I'll be here. Just for the good of those listening, this is most people think of the work we do around safe parking. This is a different project from safe parking. This is the development of a permanent supportive housing village in Redmond, north of the airport. 60 units, 60 homes. Recognizing that on the spectrum of moving folks out of homelessness, that there's a continuum there. Sometimes I think about it as a garden hose where you're trying to move folks from unauthorized encampments to stable and permanent housing. And in that garden hose, there are several kinks in our region. And the lack of permanent supportive housing is one of those. The newest facility, I know Commissioner Adair is very familiar with, is Cleveland Commons, opening in January with 34 units, 34 beds. This is 60. So we're talking about almost tripling the amount of permanent supportive housing.
That's doubling.
Yeah.
30 to 60 is double.
With 34 plus 60 would be 94. So.
Oh, okay. All right. So we're really going up there.
And so Michelle's going to speak to where we're at with the progress. Just a reminder, this funding initially was allocated by the Board of County Commissioners, I want to say in August of 23. That was a joint request from ourselves and the city of Redmond. And I think our request at the time was 1.2 million, and we're still very grateful for the 200,000 that the county approved. But that work is really funding the pre-development work and the continual fundraising to secure more funding to come from outside of the county into Deschutes County. So Michelle can speak to where we're at on that progress.
Michelle, how much money has been spent of the 200,000?
50,000.
50 is, and is that including Michelle's salary to date then?
Yes. However, we have several months of invoices that we have not submitted until this
Is
we can't
approved.
submit until this is.
Okay, so we're at 50,000 now. It was like 44,000 the other day, but it's like 50.
Yeah. It's still at that same number because we can't submit any new invoices.
Until this is corrected.
Correct.
Thank you, Rick. Thanks, Michelle.
No, thanks for having us again. The ARPA dollars that the board allocated to this project have been instrumental in funding the feasibility, but mostly the pre-development of this work. So for the past 18 months, Mountain View has been working closely with the city of Redmond on our initial site plans, our architectural designs. We've begun engineering with Hayes McCoy on the project, and we have been working closely with Hayden Homes on securing site work and construction bids for the development. We're also working closely with with Housing Works to and Epic Property Management and Thrive to get some of those operational policies and procedures in place so that, once it's built, it's a ongoing success for years to come, because we know that'll be a challenge as well. In gaining approval from the board for the 65-year lease on the property, we were then able to move forward with the funding process from Oregon Housing and Community Services. We're currently in that pipeline to receive capital financing, not just for the construction, but also for the ongoing operational funding. for the development, which is really exciting. We anticipate that the remaining financing for the project will be secured via a CDFI capital construction grant from Federal Home Loan Bank. We're really proud of not just the partnership we have with the city of Redmond, but also Hayden Homes and Housing Works, who have been project partners and supporters of this work from day one. Their expertise is second to none in this community, and we're excited to have them on board as well. So
just a couple of technical notes. The Board of Commissioners had asked for some letters of support, and so we brought those, and I'm sorry I forgot to distribute those. Those are here from Housing Works and also from Hayden Homes. We'd requested a letter of support from the city of Redmond, and our mayor said, great, thumbs up. I'm on my plane to Hawaii, and so I don't have a letter from the city of Redmond in that. I would say our initial application for those funds was a joint request from both the city and ourselves. I invited John just to share briefly, if you'll indulge us, because when we think about this project, John is a great representative of who this project is here to serve. We find in vehicular sheltering and safe parking, we have roughly two categories of folks: people under the age of, let's say, 50, who often can gain stability, gain employment, and sort of go back out and thrive on their own in scattered site housing. And then we have other folks who often are into retirement years, often with a disability, and often with very limited income. And we see a rising tide of that. And so if you'll indulge us for just a moment, ask John just to speak briefly, just to his brief experience on where he's at and what's next for him.
Yes, thank you. I've been in safe parking for 2 years, and I work directly, frequently with Thrive on keeping current on the ins and outs of applying and keeping applied for the federal housing. 2 years, no end in sight. I was told 1 to 3 years of a wait time. It's 3 to 5 and growing. So I'm in a bit of a holding pattern. Can't work. I have a pretty terminally bad back and $949 a month to live on. Maybe 5 years ago, I would have been able to afford rent somewhere in Central Oregon, but not anymore. So that's my basic where I'm at. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stoneman. Thank you for coming and sharing your story.
Yeah. John's story is similar to many people here, which is people lose their housing typically because their housing is tied to a relationship. Sometimes it's a divorce or a breakup. In John's case, it was being a care provider for an older person. And when that person passed away, John lost his housing with that. And that's those are just the stories that we hear. And so that's what this, if you think about that garden hose, this is one of those kinks where our region, I'd love to see us undo that kink. And this project is a big step in that direction.
Thank you so much for coming in, Rick, and rewording the ask so that we can follow through.
I guess I'll just say about this item, when we were discussing this back in 2023, I understood that 200,000 as a capital investment is not very big, and that we were investing in the pre-development of this project so that you could go out and secure capital financing from places like OHCS and CDFIs for $3 million. So I have no concerns or questions about this amendment, and I'm supportive.
So foundationally, big picture, I want to see a land swap for our fairgrounds in Redmond, which means unsanctioned camping is transitioned by middle of the year next year. Mayor in Redmond said July 1st and a personal meeting I had with him. And it's the number one priority. I mean, this is a great project. Let's go, thumbs up, exciting. But if it compromises that, and I'm not judging in one way or another, I don't want to try to build something and then not have that land swap happen, whatever that means. And this is to the world, not to you guys specifically. Let's work backwards from the results we want to see. And I'm thinking, these are some of my notes I've been taking. We've got to figure out what the culture of this situation is. And I'm referring to threats and unsanctioned living scenarios. And that's not safe parking. So I'm not even critiquing what's going on here in front of us again. But we've got to take the big picture here. I've been asking for biweekly reports, who's leading and who's following on the big picture here. This does look like a very exciting moment. And yes, if we had the funds, we could go study this more. I don't know what the probability of all this coming through is. Do you have any thoughts on that? I mean, it's exciting. If they give us this money and if we get this financing, we can do this. I don't know what that means.
I think Michelle can speak to that because it's as I mentioned earlier, it's not pie in the sky. There's a process for this, and we're in that process. And maybe Michelle can speak to that OHCS process.
Yeah, and we are, with this, we're not in the initial stages of feasibility. That work has been done over the past few years. We are well into pre-development. We have plans, we have engineering. We wouldn't be this far in the OHCS process if they didn't believe we were a viable shovel-ready project. That pipeline inevitably takes some time, but we expect that we should have an award of money within the year.
And my understanding is that there's an allocation that can be used for Deschutes County. It can be lost, so it doesn't have to go to Deschutes County, but there is money for this region. There is one project ahead of us, is our understanding, and so we are moving at the pace of OHCS. Their indications seem to be that that's measured in months, not years. We're talking about within 6 months, we should have a good picture of if we're second line for that allocation of Deschutes County funding.
So Michelle, are you dealing with like Mike Scavara, or who do you deal with this department?
At OHCS?
Yes.
So they, in June, instituted a new process called ORCA for all of their funding requests.
Okay.
So we are in the middle of the ORCA pipeline. It's to get into that process, we have to go through a vetting process. And so we passed that. We're in kind of the second of 3 phases. With
The project Rick was just referring to, is that a Central Oregon project too, or is that somewhere else? It's here.
I don't know what it is, but
You don't know.
we're behind.
That's not Cleveland Commons. There's something in between Cleveland Commons and
Correct.
And it may not be this kind of demographic that we're serving. It could be an 80 to 100% AMI. This is all across the spectrum for different funding opportunities in Central Oregon.
So this is not a permanent supportive housing specific account.
The project that's in line in front of us.
Yeah.
So the way the new OHCS application works is that all projects are put into the same batch. And then as they move through, they are then kind of earmarked. So before it would be, I know this is a PSH project. I'm going to apply for that funding. OHCS has changed it so that now you're all applying at the same time. And then as you get through the kind of pipeline, then they start to decide. I think the idea is that there might be different available funds that are a better match, and they want to allocate as efficiently as possible.
This is a
They may want to point you to places that you haven't even. thought of
Yes,
yet.
yes. And so, we definitely have a stronger application now that Housing Works is at the table with us, who has been through this. Every nonprofit, for-profit, every developer in Oregon is kind of trying to navigate this new process, but Housing Works has done it once. And so in the new ORCA pipeline, so we're walking through it with them.
And I do want to acknowledge and thank Hayden Homes.
Yes.
Hayden Homes. I get my tour tomorrow of the Squire Motel, and that's going to be opening up in January with workforce housing. So I was talking to, I believe Basics was saying that they had people that definitely would be applying for, those spots to live. So they're amazing.
Probably heard me say before that the number one employer of people in safe parking is currently Basics.
I know, and I thank them for that, for the family wage jobs that they bring to our community. It's so critical. So thank you, Basics, and thank you, Hayden Homes. Yes, so glad that they're from Redmond. So what a great asset to our community.
I just wanted to say one more thing about how real this is, or how viable this is. Housing Works has been tracking permanent supportive housing support for capital investment and these 15-year operating fund opportunities for permanent supportive housing for a long time, and they have been beating the drum in the region. And so if we have any concerns about whether that funding is real, permanent supportive housing funding is real, we could ask Housing Works to come in and give us a presentation on that. I think I think they have pretty solid information that makes me comfortable that that's a very real and attractive opportunity to provide housing in one of the niches along our continuum that we are woefully short on right now. So and that Rick used the metaphor of the garden hose with a kink in it. I mean, having places for people to go from various kinds of shelter, from the Oasis villages or even the veterans villages of the world is a really important need to keep people moving on the pathway out of homelessness. So this is a very strategic project, and I will again reiterate my support.
So can you make a motion?
I can. I'll move to approve document number 2024-658, amending the agreement with Mountain View Community Development for ARPA funds. Document number 2023-826 with the suggested language.
I'm not going to second it.
Okay, so I'll second it then. I would like to say, Rick, I know you've told me this is definitely for those people that don't have the potential to find housing. And as John clearly said, you could wait 5 years for housing through the programs. So, this is something that we're stepping up and we're doing. And thank goodness we have some amazing partners.
So question then is what's the status with the managed camp in the other area up there in that vicinity? I know that there's meetings that are happening.
There's a meeting
discussions.
yesterday on that.
I asked Derek to come and give us an update during other items today.
So we'll hear about that at the end.
We will.
As I say, I need and want to see tangible planning and action and people working together in one structure. This is a part of it. But I just worry that we're going to spend money analyzing something and not get a land swap done. So, and it's not even critiquing you once again, but it's just a bigger picture here.
All of these efforts need to be coordinated, but you need to understand that we're trying to build out an entire continuum of shelter, transitional housing, and affordable housing. And each piece of that continuum is a discrete project. So while we need to all be aware of each other and make sure that one project isn't adversely impacting another one's progress, each project needs its own organization. And if we want to see a complete continuum, which is what we need to move people out of homelessness, then we need to support all the projects.
Good. So we will have that update this afternoon. Sounds like a plan. Okay, so then calling for the vote, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
No.
And the chair votes yes. So thank you so much. Thank you, John, for coming in and sharing your story. Michelle, aren't you a Bruin? Yes, oh, you're a beaver too.
Oh,
Okay.
boy.
All right. I remembered that. Anyway, thank you. Thank you. Keep working. And, you know, if you need any calls with the people at the top, I know most of them, and I would be more than happy to remind them that we really need this. And we needed it yesterday. We don't need to wait 2 more years to get this approved. You know, I think they're talking about all this funding for homelessness. Well, this is actually something that helps people, that actually moves them to a really good spot. So,
Thank you, Commissioner.
yes. And thank you, Hayden Holmes. Okay, so Laura,
Okay, still me.
we're still, yeah, we're kind of a little bit behind. Laura, go
Okay,
ahead.
I will move quickly. So on October 20th of 2021, the Board of Commissioners allocated $300,000 to Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council for a regional broadband needs assessment and action plan. We just recently received an inquiry from the U.S. Department of Treasury.
They rushed and told us that, didn't they?
This was regarding the eligibility of the project under the ARPA category of broadband infrastructure. We did respond to that inquiry with written explanation and backup documentation as to why we believe this pre-project development cost project is in fact eligible under the Treasury's guidelines. Since then, we have received response from the Treasury stating that their inquiry is now considered closed and no further information or action is needed. However, out of an abundance of caution, as we are quickly approaching the obligation deadline at the end of this calendar year, we are recommending that we do still recategorize those funds to the ARPA revenue replacement category, just to ensure that we're able to keep and utilize those funds.
I'll move to recategorize $300,000 in ARPA funds from COIC's broadband infrastructure project to the revenue replacement category.
Second.
So, Laura, have those funds just been sitting there? Has a dime been spent?
Yes, they have been spent.
How much?
$300,000.
They've spent all the money.
Yes.
And how long did it take the feds to tell us that it might not fit? Like 3 years,
been on
4 months and
for a
3
couple
days?
years now, yes.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it? Well, I do believe Elon's going to be a lot faster. So, okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Commissioner DeBonne? Commissioner Chang? And the chair votes yes. So,
Thank you.
I can make a request about
Yes.
this project. My understanding is that, you know, the massive slug of federal investment that came through the bipartisan infrastructure law, you know, has been moving through the system. The projects that were identified out of this needs assessments in Deschutes County didn't make the first cuts of infrastructure funding, you know, broadband funding, but there's, if I'm tracking correctly, there's basically requirements that anyone in Oregon who lives in an underserved area in terms of broadband access is going to get it by the time that all that infrastructure funding is expended out. So while we, you know, the projects identified in Deschutes County, they didn't make the first couple cuts of federal funding. I would love to hear back about kind of about essentially whether there will be future rounds that we are seeking to get engaged with, that might address some of those needs, you know, out in the Lower Bridge Valley area and other places of the county.
Sure.
So if we could get yeah, at whatever point it you know, it's not time, it's not urgent, but at whatever point it makes sense, another report back from COIC on.
Yeah, absolutely. I know they're working closely with the state as well to get these projects ready and moving. So I can definitely follow up on that and bring that back. You're welcome. Thank you, commissioners.
thank you, Laura. Thank you again for your rapid response. That was really nice. Thanks. Anthony, thank you so much. Thank you for your patience this morning.
For the record, Anthony Regini, Principal Planner, Community Development Department. The item before the board, I'm going to go pretty quickly since you're got a packed schedule, is ordinance number 2024-012. It's first reading of an ordinance for a plan amendment and zone change for a property at 19975 Destiny Court. Again, this is first reading by title only. As the board recalls, there was a 2-to-1 vote to approve the plan amendment and zone change. And so this is first reading by title only. And then I'll be back at some point. I'll work with Brenda on the board schedule for second reading, and staff's available for questions.
And last time we brought this to the board meeting was kind of reviewing the package for this final. So knowing that, I will move first reading of ordinance number 2024-012, changing the comprehensive plan map designation and zoning of approximately 65 acres located at 19975 Destiny Court in Bend.
Just to clarify, that's by title.
By title only. Thank you so much.
I won't be seconding.
And I will second that motion. Is there any further discussion?
All of the concerns that I expressed when we first heard this quasi judicial matter, I would say are still current and valid.
Okay. Calling for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
No.
and the chair votes yes, moving approval of first reading of ordinance number 2024-012 by title only, which is an ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 23, the Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan to change the comprehensive plan map designation for certain property from agricultural to rural residential exception area, and amending Deschutes County Code Title 18, the Deschutes County zoning map to change the zone designation for certain property from exclusive farm use to multiple use agricultural. So you'll be back then, and we don't know that date yet.
No, I'll work with Brenda on that. And if I could really quickly, I want to make a mention of Brenda. You know, planning staff works with her a lot, and there are times where we need additional support with MuniCode or uploading something late, or in my case with Brenda, noticing there's an error in a document. And she's always been wonderful to work with, always is available, and really provides wonderful support for us. So I wanted to give a shout out to Brenda really quick. Thank you.
She is such a delight. Anyway, Brenda, thank you so much. Thanks for moving to Deschutes County.
You go.
And we so appreciate it, and we're so glad that you bought your first home here. So congratulations and thank you.
Moving out of the quasi judicial component on this item, I would like to make a couple of overhead, like high level comments about this. County staff just completed the new rural housing, the revision. I mean, you know, you'll hear about it either way. You could stay and listen for a minute. Community development staff just completed the rural housing profile update for Deschutes County. That profile forecasted pretty modest population growth in Deschutes County, in rural unincorporated Deschutes County in the next 25 years. 5,000 people in 25 years. We have more than enough vacant buildable rural residential parcels at this point in time to completely fill that need, without even considering the rural ADU opportunity that has been put on the table in the last couple of years, and without considering the RV as rental dwelling item on our agenda today. So while I think it's entirely valid for rural property owners to question whether their land should be farmland, classified as farmland, should be classified as forest land, using the argument that we desperately need more rural residential buildable land to meet the housing need that is projected for our community, I don't think has legs at this point in time. So I'll be saying that on a regular basis in the future, I'm sure, but just wanted to share that.
We have exorbitant housing prices. We have a beautiful place to live. We have a scenario of a 2, 3, 5 acre rural parcel with new construction, low cost of energy, highly insulated building, don't even need to use a lot of water. So I support that scenario in the future. I do live in the environment where the state land use system in 50 years ago said, let's put people in the cities and keep the rural, and let's protect farm and forest. And we do have a huge disconnect in our system right now about what are the rules about rezoning. I know there's legislative documents coming down the pike about how we got to stop that terrible thing that's happening. We've got 79% public land here. Eastern Oregon is wide open spaces. And if the market supports a little bit of land and a beautiful rural small homestead, I come to very different conclusions.
Well, I'll just say that we need tens of thousands of units of workforce and affordable housing in our community. And these rural residential properties that we are creating are not destined for workforce or affordable housing. It is extremely difficult to take a very large piece of land in Deschutes County that has substantial value associated with it and substantial market opportunity associated with it and produce a unit of workforce housing. So to the extent that we couch our arguments in providing the housing that our community needs, I do not see any need to advocate for additional EFU or F1 zone land or F2 zoned land to be rezoned if it's not connected with the idea of incorporating that land into an urban growth boundary. I also don't see any need for us to be trying to leave every pathway possible open for people to develop new destination resorts because those are not destined to be workforce or affordable housing.
Well, this is that bleeding knife edge right here at this table right now in the state of Oregon.
In the middle.
At the state of Oregon. I'm not trying to be rude about it, but I'm just saying this is it. This is where these discussions happen in the state of Oregon. And I know that we are, looked upon by the state and the advocates on both sides of this topic.
It is fascinating when I just read, this enormous solar farm is going in on farmland in Morrow County, where I'm from. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Anyway, solar, and how effective is solar? Yes, it's definitely a challenging time. And, the good news is this January, the Squire Motel in Redmond is going to have 20 plus units for workforce housing. So doing what we can on one side of the story, and on the other side of the story, I appreciate living out in nature. So
just one other point. I mean, as I say that it was mentioned, Commissioner Chang, about being an advocate for this. We do quasi judicial land use. We receive applications. I'm a known quantity as an elected official making these decisions now because I've made a few of them, but it's not like I'm out there advocating. I mean, this is receiving an application from private property owners and working in the black and white system of the state land use system.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I guess I'll just say that oftentimes the justification that is given for supporting certain kinds of land use decisions is that we desperately need this housing. And I just want it to be very clear for everyone, based on the information in that rural housing profile, based on our understanding of where workforce and affordable housing is actually being produced in our community, that those arguments don't have legs.
Well, I think we have a difference. All right. So heading on to item number 19.
Commissioner, this is the topic, the Administrative Services budget and the County Internal Audit Office recruitment. And I am joined in this discussion by our County Internal Auditor, Elizabeth Pape, who's coming up to the table now, and online by our Audit Committee Chair, Daryl Parrish. So welcome to both of them. I will keep my comments relatively brief. I've made my public comments about the administrative services budget and the proposed reduction both on December 6th at the Audit Committee, at the Special Audit Committee meeting, and on December 10th at the Budget Committee meeting. This is the second topic today where we're discussing a painful budget reduction. And there are real impacts to the decisions that we are going to need to make in the months ahead. This one is before us now because we had a retirement in our risk management program, and we were able to fill that vacancy by the current performance auditor. The risk management fund, to be clear, is a separate fund, and it is funded differently from administrative services and the Board of County Commissioners. It's painful. I'm very proud that Deschutes County is one of 4 counties of 36 counties in Oregon that has a county internal audit program. We had one county internal auditor for nearly 20 years, and a few years ago, we doubled the size from 1 to 2 FTE. The office is functioning at a very high level now, as you'll hear in just a few moments. And the proposal is to reduce it from 2 FTE to 1.5. So we continue to have a program that is very important to the operations, risk management, et cetera, risk of the county. I'm happy to answer any other questions about the proposed reduction. As you'll see, what this translates into in the memorandum before you is with the vacancy in the forthcoming vacancy in the office is to either move approval of initiating a recruitment for a 1.0 FTE performance auditor or 0.5. And that's the tough decision before the board today. Of course, the board there's nothing that compels the board to make that decision today. You could postpone that decision as well, but I know the office would like to proceed with the recruitment to fill the vacancy just as soon as possible. So with that, commissioners, if I may, I'd like to turn it over to our county internal auditor, Elizabeth Pape, and then as she is ready, she can then turn it over to our audit committee chair. So thank you.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for being here. As someone who really respects the work that's done by our audit committee, you have my full support being here and what you're going to bring to the other commissioners.
Thank you. I'm Elizabeth Pape, the county internal auditor. So yes, we're here today because of a proposed budget cut to my function from 2 FTE to 1.5 FTE. And I just wanted to be here to speak to you about the impacts that would have on my office and our function, our audit function. I think, first of all, there's really no doubt it will reduce the amount of work we can do and the programs that we can cover. As auditors, we have covered important topics this year, including the courthouse construction, and given some really good feedback to the facilities department about how they could tighten up some of their contract requirements to hold the contractors more accountable. We've looked at custom software development, where we saw some pretty high risks to the county, the way the outside software development has currently been implemented across the county in programming. We looked at the Health Benefits Trust, where we saw huge increases in expenses and highlighted a need to address those issues. We also have been doing just basic bread and butter kind of auditing, which we've always done on kind of a schedule to look at departments. Those had previously been just focused on cash handling, but as we noticed risks are moving away from cash and towards more online payments and credit card payments, transitioned those to looking at more administrative programs across departments overall. And we've looked at the clerk's office, we looked at the legal department, we looked at the district attorney's office and the RV park. So we've given really good recommendations to management to improve their practices and tighten up controls. In losing 0.5 FTE is really losing a whole FTE. There is really not a large market for performance auditing in Central Oregon. Over in the Valley, the Secretary of State's office trains up a lot of people, and other county governments can kind of take advantage of that and pull people away from there. But asking someone to move over the mountains for a half-time position when we just talked about workforce housing is not really going to be feasible. I know David had a hard time recruiting for a position for years, going back to 2016. He's been trying to find way to add more capacity to this function and really was not successful at it until creating a full-time position. And having Aaron here has just been amazing. He's a great employee. And having that second person is really important to the function of auditing. Auditing requires a lot of review and quality control. Every single statement in our report goes through review between both of us. We both sign off on it. We also collaborate a lot and bounce ideas off of each other. And it's really important that we have each other because we're supposed to remain independent. And so I can't go down the hall to the risk management office and say, oh, here's what's going on in the sheriff's office. What do you think about this? That wouldn't be appropriate because that information hadn't gone through quality control. And so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to share information before it's gone through that process and the report's been made public. So those are my comments just about how drastically this will impact our function. Right now, we have 4 audits remaining on our work plan to be completed by the end of June, and I think we could have done it. Those were an evaluation of election controls in the clerk's office, the county's approach to homelessness, body cam and auto cam operations at the sheriff's office, and recruitment and retention countywide. I think given the need to recruit for a new position, train someone up, also doing the risk assessment. In addition, the performance auditor position did all of the follow-up work, keeping track of our recommendations. So I think realistically, I really will only be able to do one of those projects instead of 4. So, and I think we're gonna start off on the body camera audit, but need to talk to the new incoming sheriff about feasibility of that with him just starting up. And then maybe Daryl has some comments as well.
Yes, Daryl, would you like to make some comments, please? Daryl.
Absolutely. Thank
Audit
you,
Committee.
members of the board and staff. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Hear me all right?
We do. Thank you, Daryl.
Okay, great. Good morning, members of the board and staff. Appreciate this item being on the agenda. There's a letter that's attached to the agenda packet that outlines our concerns. Elizabeth touched on them. The letter articulates them. We are really concerned about the cut in the audit department. We believe it'll equate to a full position cut, as we've had difficult experiences with recruiting a part-time auditor. And if we do find a part-time auditor, the past experience tells us that they're fairly unreliable. Contractors are unreliable or have been in the future. So the relationship between the county organization and the internal audit function, the county has grown significantly since 2016. The FTE in the audit department at that time was one auditor per 941 staff. Currently, it's one auditor per 626 staff, so that it's improved. But with this cut, we see the FTE would be one auditor per 1,251 staff. And that's with the full cut. And again, we believe with this proposal, it's going to be very difficult to find 1.5 FTE of an internal auditor. Yeah, we're concerned about the amount of work that Elizabeth can do by herself. We believe it will be reduced significantly from what we're currently able to do with the performance auditor on board. And David Givens did attend our December 6th special meeting and discuss the the difficulties that he had in recruiting a staff member, a half a staff member in the past. We're concerned about the independence of the organization being affected with Elizabeth by herself. There's no opportunity for her to collaborate with another person, to share ideas. It just is totally inappropriate for her to have deep discussions with the staff that she's auditing or other members of the organization, because a conflict of interest could be there. And it impedes the independence of the internal audit function. So the audit committee made a formal recommendation to the board on its December 6th meeting. And let me articulate that and comment on that just for a minute. The motion was to formally advise county administration and the Board of Commissioners to prioritize the internal audit function and to elect for other areas to cut or identify additional revenues to balance the budget. Based on the comments above and those expressed in our letter, we'd like to state the following, or I'd like to state the following. Given the value of the Office of Internal Audit brings to the county in identifying performance improvements, uncovering waste, and increasing public trust and the community has in its government, we ask that you task the county administrator with identifying other means of securing the budget savings to balance the budget in lieu of reducing the staffing level in the Office of Internal Audit. We do appreciate that two options were presented to the board by the staff in this report. The audit committee, as a result of its motion, would recommend the approval of option two. We also understand the difficulties that the board must make during these times.
Daryl, option 2 is the recruitment of a 0.5
I'm
performance
sorry,
auditor.
option 1.
I think you mean
Sorry about
option
that.
1, don't you?
I was looking at the screen. It's option, I would mean option 1, yes.
Yes, okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Commissioner.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and
Just
we
paying
do,
attention.
we do understand the difficulty of these times, and we appreciate the board's leadership in managing this and dealing with it. And we appreciate the work that Nick and his team are doing as well. But again, we do recommend the approval of option 1. And I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that. Thanks. Thank you, Daryl. Thank you for your leadership with the audit committee. How many years have you served, Daryl?
Since 2017.
2017. And were you like in West Covina? Where did you work in government?
I worked in the city of Covina in Los Angeles County as a city manager. I did that for 5 years, and I was city manager of the city of Colton in San Bernardino County 8 years prior to that.
Okay. Where did I get West Covina? I don't know.
Yeah, everyone gets those two confused. They're right across the street from each other, essentially.
Oh, that's my problem. Okay. Thank you.
If we are asking audit committee questions to the chair, I would ask, both Elizabeth and yourself, Daryl, mentioned the concerns about the isolation of a single auditor. This was, I don't believe this was a major concern for many years when we only had one auditing staff up to very recently. And I just wanted to ask, where did David Givens find his kind of sounding board, moral support? And I'm asking you, Daryl, because I'm guessing that a substantial amount of that was provided by the audit committee, but I'm not sure about that. So would just be curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. There was discussion that David would have about the creating a legacy for the internal audit function, and the fact that it was difficult for him to cover the ground that he thought needed to be covered with just one person. And he was, working throughout my tenure anyway to try to get more horsepower, I guess I would say, in the internal audit staff to enable him to cover the bases he thought needed to be covered. He didn't really talk too much about the independence of the function. Elizabeth has really brought that to our concern, and I think it's a very valid concern. the nature of the beast, there needs to be independence in the in the internal audit function. So.
And I absolutely appreciate that. And I'm asking, I guess, whether the audit committee, the chair of the audit committee, can provide some of the sounding board and moral support that an independent auditor needs within this organization.
Well, I'll kind of answer that with a yes and a no. Yes, but the problem is we're not involved in the county organization on a day-to-day basis, so it's hard for us to see, what's transpiring inside. We're kind of on the outside looking in, and we would have to rely on. I guess we could rely on Elizabeth's, articulating those points, but there'd be no way that myself or other members of the audit committee would be able to apply the amount of energy, I guess you would say, that an inside performance auditor could do. We'd pale in the amount of assistance we could provide compared to the internal person. There's no way I could, we could provide some advice, but that's it. Be limited.
I could speak. to that.
Thank you.
I think, David had not been a government auditor before he had the job here, and he kind of created the position here. He is a CPA. He was certainly qualified and knew a lot about finances and fraud and internal control, but he didn't really have the perspective of what it means to be an independent function. And I think over those 20 years, as he was, by himself trying to develop in the function, he did what he could, and he collaborated some with the audit committee, but they've all got their own jobs to do, their own lives, and it's hard to get feedback from the audit committee. I already ask a lot more of that committee, I think, than we're asking of other committees in the county. He collaborated a lot with colleagues through our professional organization, but again, they didn't have the experience of what's really going on in Deschutes County. They wouldn't know how to just debrief after an interview. How did that go? What did you think? Should we have asked something differently? What do you think you meant by that? And then the third thing I've really heard, I like Daryl said, I brought this perspective and value of independence to the office. And me and Nick have been talking about that a lot and trying to sort of figure out how does this relationship work? How does this function work? Because both Nick and I were kind of new to it and weren't sure the way it had been set up in the past was appropriate. And I have to say, I've heard that from other leaders. That's not what, okay. That's a conversation Nick and I have had, but I've heard from other leaders concerns about independence of the audit function and really concerns that maybe the function really was too close to administration and that maybe audit was doing what administration wanted to do. And I don't know that that was intentional. I think that is just how it evolved over the years. But I do think having that second person there really gives a lot more legitimacy to our office, and having that person to collaborate with in a way that it would be inappropriate for me to collaborate with administration.
Elizabeth, someone else on the audit committee is in the room too. I don't know if they wanted to say anything or not, but maybe not. They could let me know if they did. As someone who's served on the audit committee, I think independence is so important. And the fact that we are now looking at very difficult financial times, and we have added over 200 employees since FY 2019, getting rid of your collaborator is, to me, so inappropriate, in my opinion. It just seems like there's a lot of places where we could cut back, but you are independent, and I think that is so critical. We've got 22 departments. There are always things going on, and with finances being so careful, they need to be carefully scrutinized. I feel that the audit department is really, that's what you've done. is you've actually looked at things. You and Aaron, you work together, and you clearly need to be independent. And that's why I think you've brought a refreshing perspective to your job here in Deschutes County. I don't believe we really had that much of an independence prior. So it's definitely a very careful time, but yeah, no, losing someone, and I know I've seen it where we've tried to add a half of employee during the years. It doesn't work. It doesn't work anywhere. Who wants to work? You know, if someone actually wants to work, they want to work full time, and you can't afford to live here if you're working half time, unless you've got, you know, you want to raise your family too at the same time. You know, we need 2 people in your office, in my from my estimation, at looking at what we're doing, you know, what you're trying to accomplish, and you know, your reports that have come out on the health benefit fund. You've clearly done some incredible audit work that I really appreciate.
So I want to thank you for what you do. I do support audit. I've been an audit member. I was a member for 8 years previously. I do support the independent audit function. Absolutely. Daryl, thank you for your time supporting the committee and taking that leadership role there also. And I'll be done in just a moment. Daryl has his hand raised. I attended the special audit meeting on this topic. Also, their annual meeting on December 6th. You know, this is the people's business, and we do want to keep an eye on it. This is performance audit. We also do an annual external financial audit presented to the audit committee and the board of commissioners, is what we did just a couple of weeks ago. It comes down to the fact that, you know, this is the public's money, the public's business. We can't spend more than what we have. You know, 99 cents per every dollar is what I think of. We got to plan on spending a little bit less. We can't plan on spending a little bit more. So this is a point in time. It's just a point in time. You know, I support building up the audit function. You know, this is an internal, independent audit function. But this is the moment that I do support getting back to that, you know, half performance auditor. Let's see what it looks like, with the intention of bringing it back into the future. So that's where I'm at to get started here.
But we've added over 200 employees since FY 2019. I mean, this seems to go to the one person, and the audit committee is clearly financially doesn't do anything to encourage public trust. And that's one of the main issues of our public now. Do they trust government? So I do believe the internal auditor is significant, and you finding a half of one, I don't believe will be available. So, okay.
I have some high level things I'd like to say, but just a couple of 2 nitty gritty things I wanted to put out there before making any kind of grander comments. If we look at the trajectory, the historical trajectory of the audit office, there was one person serving this function up until very recently. It has been a great opportunity to have 2. And if we actually could use that 0.5 FTE funding to either get a half-time person, which I understand is potentially very difficult, or to contract capacity to augment our one full-time audit staff. I do think that that's an appropriate allocation of resources for this function. I am 100% with you that audit is an extremely important function. It does help us do our work in, with good business practices. The editorial that was in the Bulletin this morning, kind of gave a couple of examples, basically of how having auditors helps prevent theft. And that is a really important thing. And we should allocate a certain amount of resources to that. But I do think that 1.5 FTE, if we can actually accomplish that much capacity with these funds is an appropriate amount at this time. We have, so the other nitty gritty thing I wanted to get into was the need to reduce our draw on the general fund in the admin department overall. We have eliminated, AV support person, like a portion of an FTE. We've added that onto our comm staff. We are having our deputy county administrators function as our human resources director for a number of months to save funds. So, those are a couple of the things. There are other items, but we are doing things across the entire admin department to try to meet this goal of cost containment and draw on the general fund. And none of this is fun. None of this makes anyone feel good. But for our fiscal health in the future, it's necessary. And so with that, I'm indicating my support for the second option on this list as well.
Daryl, you took your hand down. Do you not want to make another comment?
I just, thank you, Commissioner. Just one point, and I'm not sure if I made it. It's kind of, it goes without saying, but I thought I'd say it anyway. And that's with the proposal, the audit office will have less capacity to review critical risk areas, less capacity to identify waste, and identify potential savings to the county, which, could essentially pay for itself.
My exact sentiments, Daryl. Thank you so much. Yes, let's get rid of the auditor now when we're looking for less risk and savings. Yeah, it doesn't quite, financially, it doesn't quite, to me, as someone who passed the CPA exam decades ago, it doesn't quite make sense. But it sounds like we're going to have a motion that isn't going to be what I would support. Oh, Summer, would you mind? Thank you so much for being here. I so appreciated your comments the other day in our meeting.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Summer Sears. I'm a member of the Audit Committee. I'm a CPA also, and my background includes both auditing and supporting local governments. That's my practice right now, is supporting local governments with finance and accounting projects. I've been on the Audit Committee for 5 or 6 years and have seen the progression of the workload of this function and the opportunities that it's had. When I first started, let me back up a little bit. So every year, management and the internal audit function and the audit committee come up with a list of both risk areas and potential opportunity areas, opportunities for efficiencies or ways to do things better. Some years that list is longer than others. Before we had the 2 FTEs, that list was substantially behind. We were never able to tackle all of the projects that we thought warranted attention, the projects that the citizens would want to see. When we recommended the additional FTE and we got that additional FTE in place, we saw progress, and that list, more of that list was able to be tackled. But there have still been items, important items on that list that have not been covered, both on the risk side and on the opportunity side. And that's with the 2 FTE. I would hate to see us go backwards again in our accountability to the public and the transparency that this function brings to the public. And that's where I come down, both professionally and personally as a citizen of Deschutes County, is I want to see the county prioritizing transparency to the public, accountability to the public. It gives the organization an opportunity to say, citizens, we believe in doing things right, doing the best we possibly can,
And we acknowledge that we're not going to be doing everything perfectly and that we can improve. And here we have this function that is going to help us do that. They're going to bring things to our attention that we can do better or that are going to avoid certain risks. And we're going to bring those to the public's attention, and we're going to acknowledge that we can do better. And then we're going to figure out a plan and way to do it better. And I feel like that has an incredible value to the public. It also is a way for the organization, the commissioners, everyone to build trust, rebuild trust with the public. Working in this industry, it's kind of heartbreaking, to be honest, to see the lack of trust and how much that holds back both the county function and the citizens in communicating and working together. This function allows the organization, commissioners, to be forthright with the citizenry and rebuild that trust. I think that's crucial at this point. So I will reiterate that I'm asking you to prioritize this function and the benefits that it brings to the public for accountability and transparency, and to maintain the 2 FTE. And I'm here for questions if you have any, if I can help.
Thank you, Summer, for coming in.
Yep.
I knew it was important to you, just by your comments the other day. Public trust. You know, we during COVID kept our face in front of the public as much as we possibly could. Always, if we could have 20 people in the room, we did, because I know, you know, government is not on the top list of a lot of people, and we have to do the very best we can. And this is a whole nother side of being open.
Well, I would just acknowledge in response that we're a highly sophisticated, growing county. We have a culture of excellence. What comes to mind is our county college bringing in 25 residents to just talk to any and every department head here. So implying that we need to build trust because something's broken is maybe a political statement. I guess I don't want to go down that path, but I mean, the implication there, I don't see it. I mean, I'm available. She's independent. We're there. Yes, we could do more, and we don't have resources for it right now. It's a point in time. So as I say, let's not assume bad things are going on, and maybe just I'm an optimist, but we do good things. We do serve the people, and we do it in a cost-effective fashion. So
I do apologize.
The culture of the organization.
I do apologize if that's how it came across. That wasn't my intention, was to say that something's broken. All organizations have areas of opportunities and areas of risk to address.
And I would acknowledge that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if I could, just speaking, I actually really appreciate your comments and you're reminding us what we owe to the citizens, to the taxpayers. To frame it a little bit more broadly, I'll get into my high level comments now. We owe the citizens of Deschutes County an effective and efficient government. The audit function is a piece of that, and it is not the whole thing. So we absolutely need the audit function to be helping us deliver efficient and effective government within its scope, within its scope of responsibilities. And to deliver efficient and effective government, we need to be doing a lot of other things too. And we need a fully functioning admin department within the county to do that. And I'll just I'll give an example. We were just talking about a production of workforce and affordable housing, right? To the extent that we have a program, if we had a program, which we don't, to the extent that we have a program inside Deschutes County that is delivering that trying to deliver that service, we can audit that. And we can make sure that is being run with the best business practices possible. But A, we don't have a program, and that may be an omission in and of itself. And B, if we did have a program, audit cannot tell us whether it is appropriate to have a program or not, And audit can't tell us at the policy level what the broad direction of that program is. So, you know, I was just saying, you know, I'm disappointed, you know, or earlier, I'm disappointed in the way that the county has deployed its land use authority, has deployed the lands that it owns to address the housing needs of our community. We're not auditing that. And it's it's more a policy level question than a business practices level question. So that just to circle back to what I was saying earlier, you know, I think at the highest level, we owe the people of Deschutes County efficient and effective services. Audit plays an important role in that, but it is not the whole story. And I just want everyone to be clear on that. You know, me saying that we only need 1.5 FTE of capacity doesn't mean I don't care about efficiency, effectiveness. It means I think that audit delivers us that much efficiency and effectiveness, and that we need a fully functioning county government to get the rest.
And I do want to bring up that county legal did offer to take over the risk. Thank you, Summers. And the fact that they said they could take over that risk issue, I feel like that could have been brought up more if that job went over there. That would definitely help our bottom line, would it not? So if they offered, and why wouldn't we take them up on it? I just, you know, what's really going on here?
So just one other thought, we're doing this in light of the citizens voting for going to 5 commissioners, which is the will of the people. The front office, just our office space, it's going to be an interesting rotation of how that's all going to be set up.
Oh, but it's going to cost nothing.
That's not the reason that that's not the reason that
That's the
county
financial
is
reason.
facing the moment where our expenditures and our revenue lines are going to cross in a couple of years. It's far broader than
That's why I don't want to get rid of an auditor in today's world, because that line is close. And auditing financial people, they have financial training. I do believe that, you know, we would really be losing the wrong employee of the over 200 employees that we've added since 2019. I mean, yes, over 200. And yeah, this, you know, the audit committee saw that in our vote the other day. They definitely agreed with Elizabeth that we really need to maintain the integrity. As for someone who drove up to the transfer station and was not properly given a receipt, personally happening to me, and I'm going like, oh my gosh, where else is this happening in Deschutes County? So, you know, they're right there, and they are seeing things and actually evaluating where we're spending our money. And I do believe that they have the wherewithal to find out where is it we can do a better job.
I was just going to conclude that this is a point in time, so I do support the audit function. With that, I'll move approval of initiating recruitment for a 0.5 performance auditor.
Second.
Any further discussion? I think we've all said what we really think, haven't we? Probably not, but I could say more. Anyway,
One other thing I would like to say is I do think it is going to be very difficult to find a 0.5.
Difficult? Let's exaggerate. Impossible.
Can I please finish?
Well, I don't know. Can you? I'm waiting.
This allocation represents a certain amount of resources. I would like to see audit think harder and more creatively about how you could use contracted capacity to augment your 1 FTE, rather than kind of putting all your eggs in hiring internal staff. And I know that represents all kinds of challenges and uncertainties in and of itself, but you know, I guess coming out of this vote, if you know, we shouldn't wait until you run a 0.5 FTE position and you don't get anything back, to think about how you could use those resources differently to augment your capacity is my only thought. Thank you.
Calling for the vote, Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and the chair most definitely votes absolutely not. So I'm really sorry, honestly. We'll never find somebody that wants to work at this halftime. And of course, if I say that, somebody will step up, right? But no, we've tried the halftime and, Elizabeth, you've actually exceeded my expectations when you came here and what you've done for Deschutes County. I really appreciate it. So don't think of this as the end.
Thank you.
So let's go to item 20. I'm going to take a brief break. Okay, thank you. Okay, reconvening.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record,
It's still the morning. Did you say good afternoon?
Commissioners, for the record, Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Management.
And Eric Kropp, Deputy County Administrator.
Good morning, Steve Shropshire.
It still says we're in recess, Kim. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, Commissioners, the reason we're here today is to ask Commissioners' support to fortify a portion of Swally Canal located on county-owned property at Juniper Ridge. So back at the end of October, at the request of Swally, staff met with Swally staff to talk through basically the situation around the canal on county-owned property. So what's happening is due to the number of encampments and the number of access points off of 97, there's quite a bit of traffic that drives on and over the canal. The canal is above grade, though it's buried, it's above grade, and it's not engineered or was intended to have traffic over it. So there's definitely a high risk of damage or breaching. And so county staff has devised a plan that would include fortifying a portion of Highway 97. There's a map there for your viewing. So it would fortify a portion of 97 and then also the east side of the canal. So it would almost like create an island where the canal then would be off limits to any traffic. And then we would create probably a couple access points for first responders and also for Swally to have continued access for maintenance, inspections and whatnot. So we're here today to ask for requests to move forward with this project. We've looked at a number of different ways on how we could fortify this area. And, we use boulders often, but those can be moved very easily by people. And so we've priced out what would be eco blocks, which are basically a cement block that weigh about 3,800 pounds. We've estimated it would take a number of these eco blocks to do the fortification, and Swally is the good partner that they are. They have offered, if we purchase the blocks, that they would actually put them in place. So they would have the equipment. We'd have to coordinate with them. We have to have traffic control. There's a lot of logistics to work through with this.
Each block weighs 3,800 pounds?
Correct, yeah. And then in addition to fortifying the Swally Canal, we'd also like the board to consider fortifying the south property line, which is adjacent to Beechcraft Lane, which is a private drive. A lot of folks that enter in the encampment, they go down Beechcraft, they end up in the private properties, they end up on private property, and it's very disconcerting and problematic for the neighbors. So this is an opportunity to not only fortify the Swally Canal, but also fortify that south property line. So with that, I'll pause and see if Steve has any further comments, or Eric, of course.
Good morning, Commissioners.
And you're representing Swally today, is that?
Steve Shropshire,
Yeah,
Jordan Ramus Law Firm for the record, representing Swally Irrigation District. Jared Camerata, the manager, has his own board meeting right now. So you got the second string here, but I'll do my best to answer any questions you have. I just first want to open by thanking staff for a very positive collaboration on this topic. Swally brought this to staff's attention in conjunction with the temporary stay area proposal that came up. Swally has experienced a number of use conflicts over the last couple of years, worse in recent memory. What has been happening is approximately where you see the red fire access gate depiction on the map there in front of you. There's a couple of different entrances along that section of the road where people have just cut their own entrance into the encampment areas. And in a couple spots, they were jumping over top of this berm. And for those of you not familiar with the Swally Canal in this area, this is the main pipeline that leads under the highway. And you can see just at the end of the blue line there to the northwest, that's Swally's hydropower plant. And so this is pressurized canal water that runs through that pipeline at very, very high pressures in order to generate the hydropower at that location. And so the danger to the public safety, of course, is if somebody would cause a canal rupture, you would get flooding, but you would also get this explosive event where you would have this high pressure water that creates a problem. So in any case, what's happened is folks have either just by need of moving from one place to another, or because they think it's a fun thing to do. They've been using the berm as a vehicle ramp and hitting it at high speeds, and as a result, creating this real imminent danger of canal breach. Swally at one point just pushed some gravel up against the berm as an interim measure, a non-engineered crossing, but something that at least created a little bit of a ramp gradient there. That simply isn't a long-term solution. It's intended really just to try to get the canal into a safer place for the interim. So the proposal in front of you is a low-cost option that's a partnership between the county purchasing the eco blocks and Swally taking its heavy equipment out there and placing them. And Swally believes that that will help isolate the pipeline from future crossings that would be dangerous. It, as you can see from the map, doesn't really create much of an access barrier to the rest of the temporary safe state area that's been proposed. And in fact, the primary access point that is engineered by ODOT, the little turnout that's available, is just up the road toward Redmond, a short distance further. So this would also have the added benefit to the county of condensing access into one location and allowing the county to thereby create a better controlled access situation, and also to provide services in a more focused way, as opposed to sort of this distributed situation that we have today. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
So just real quickly, on page 2, we've outlined a couple different options. Option 1 would include using the eco blocks to fortify along that southern portion of 97, the east side of the canal, and also Beechcraft Lane. And then option 2 is using eco blocks to fortify the along 97, the east side of the canal, and then potentially using boulders that we could potentially acquire from solid waste to fortify Beechcraft Lane. So it's a little bit lesser of an expense, but we wanted to provide you a couple different options.
Be a lot more of a puzzle with boulders, though, I'm sure, trying to figure out how to make so they're not rolled out of the way and openings are created. Because we've seen that before.
And then we've also just on the kind of towards the bottom of page 200 budget impacts, we did outline a couple different options for funding. One could be reallocated ARPA funds reserved for homelessness. And then also we do have some funds in Fund 090, which is the Project Development and Debt Service Fund that we could potentially draw on as well.
So is there any chance that contingency fund is going to have to be used 20%, $9,300? I mean, where's that? I am thinking, okay, we have to pay a portion for the delivery, not for the placement, but for the delivery, and then the blocks themselves. So where's the contingency going to pop up?
Like, for example, to deliver 15 blocks, it's $180 an hour. And so if it ends up being 2 hours to deliver 15 blocks, we're going to have to dip into that contingency. We don't know exactly. And then also that we've learned since I submitted this agenda item is that we do have to have traffic control. And so there's going to be a cost associated with that as well, because we're going to have to stage the eco blocks in right of way in ODOT right of way, and then coordinate with Swally to quickly move those in. But we're looking at roughly 500 blocks to move over probably a week's time. So it's going to be a pretty intense project. And so don't know the answer to that, but building a contingency just seemed to make a lot of sense.
And hopefully we won't have to use the contingency, and then it will go back to whichever fund these, the 57 or the 46,000 are being allocated out of.
Exactly.
Is this on both sides of the canal? Or just one side?
Sure, Derek. The proposal at this point would be to fortify the east side of the canal, and then along the right of way, Highway 97. That way you save the money of not fortifying both branches or both sides of the canal.
Oh, so this little sliver is going to be closed off.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see it like that. I understand. Okay.
And that was my one question about the blocks versus the boulders. I wanted to get a better understanding the Beechcraft lane portion. I would think we would want to use the eco blocks at least for the little chunk to close the sliver, the bottom end of the sliver. But then, you know, how urgent, how important is it to have the eco blocks the entire length of Beechcraft? Versus just that one portion. So, you know, there might be actually something like slightly in between option 1 and 2
Yeah,
to think about.
it's a great question. You know, if we use boulders, they can be moved more easily than a 3,800-pound block. You know, we could maybe do a combination or something like that, you know, just to try to bring the cost down, and that we would be happy to go back and look at that.
Is how much you'll past the sliver, how much trespass into the county property is coming off of Beechcraft from
Yeah,
that south side?
I've talked to some neighbors, not in recent weeks, but in the past, and it's definitely an issue where they'll drive all the way down Beechcraft, all the way into the private properties that are off the map. You can't see them. They're to the east there. So it's a challenge. It's definitely a challenge. So just kind of looking, since we would be, you know, we would have the heavy equipment in the area, just kind of seem natural to talk, at least have the conversation about fortifying this area as well.
Right. And can we get bigger boulders from solid waste than the ones that you've been getting?
We could certainly request.
Like I assume this is stuff that's coming out of the
Yes,
coming out of the cells that they're constructing.
exactly.
And I don't know whether like the biggest pieces like have market value and then they give us the little ones or something like that. But
They give us some sizable, like they did a lot of the work for us. They did all the work for us over off of McGrath. And so there's some larger ones. But it just takes 2 or 3 people or in a vehicle to kind of push them out of the way. So we're just try to avoid that if we could.
right. And what's the topography like off of Beechcraft, you know, coming off of Beechcraft to the north? Is it just very nice and level and open? And
It's pretty level. Yeah. The neighbors have put some logs there on their own and tried to kind of create some separation. So we'd have to probably, you know, clean that up a little bit. You know, we don't know exactly. Again, just kind of wanted to have this conversation just to see if there could be support around it. So we haven't done a ton of legwork on all the logistics involved.
so there's not any natural topography or, you know, a bunch of junipers that make it so that there's only just like a couple spots on Beechcraft that we really need to focus on. It's
No,
the whole.
it's sizable. Yeah. There's some junipers that will come into play and we'll work around those as natural.
We could take
barriers.
them down too.
Well,
Or
if
use
it's
them-
right on the edge of the road, then maybe we want to keep those couple for now. Okay.
Well, I'm supportive in proceeding in some fashion here. As I say, I'd like the idea if there's an opportunity, thinking, you know, there's going to be truckloads of 15 at a time or something, the delivery. You know, if there's a truckload or a few of boulders, they could be optimally set. That'd be fine with me. And
What if Taylor Northwest got us some bigger boulders? What if they dropped them off? Would they pick them up at, you know, right off the highway and move them over to where we need them?
Would Taylor Northwest do that?
No, I mean, if they would donate some boulders. I mean, they did boulders for the Oasis Village project. Called them and talked to them, and they brought boulders, and they said, we have tons of boulders over in Prineville.
This would be a substantial amount of boulders. I mean, we're happy to ask that question. I mean, this is probably a couple hundred boulders. I don't know.
No, I mean, I wasn't saying the whole thing, but I'm just thinking like, oh my gosh, we're going to put blocks down that weigh 4,000 pounds each. That's going to be really fun if we ever have to move them.
I support using ARPA funds also.
Well, with the most recent news that there's 250K coming back to ARPA managed camp initiatives, and I'm comfortable with that.
Yes, the balance of ARPA funds are still available as $1,397,608.
Including those 250.
Yes, that's including, I added it back.
And then just to confirm, would there be support for option 1 or option 2?
We need to have a motion, please. Does someone want to make a motion?
I'm still deciding whether I like option one, or option two. Um, I, are there any other points of discussion about option one versus option two?
Well, I support option one with a subset of boulders down Beechcraft Lane as appropriate. I mean, so keep it wide open. And it'd be funded that way also.
Okay, I would, how about so moved for that?
Utilizing ARPA funds then too.
Utilizing ARPA funds.
I'll second it.
So which one are you saying then? Option one?
Option one modified.
Okay, so option two says utilizing boulders as made available.
Well, but option two was picturing doing the entire Beechcraft with boulders. And I had already suggested, I think we, at least for the sliver, we need that chunk of Beechcraft to have the eco blocks.
Okay, so option one, you made the motion?
So, okay, let's clean it up. A move approval of option one with the revision that we would use some boulders as available and appropriate in the eastern portion of Beechcraft and expend ARPA funds to implement this project.
And I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Devon?
Yes.
The chair votes yes. Thank you. Let's go to item number 21.
Well, and thank you for the partnership at Swally for moving those and setting them.
Morning, Commissioners. Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager. Online, we have Doug Riggs, our county lobbyist, joining us for this discussion. We're here today as we are quickly approaching our 2025 legislative session. We're just here today to have a quick conversation on when, in the format of our weekly legislative check-in calls with the commissioners and our department heads and staff, as well as recommendations for engaging with our local state delegation here, our county delegation for our representatives in Salem. Sorry, that was really choppily worded, but Doug and I were talking, I think what we saw last year was we had some mixed engagement with our legislative delegation. And so we were kind of coming up with different ways to better engage them, particularly coming off of the COCO meeting on Monday and hearing some specific feedback on what works for them for engagement. And so we just wanted to open that up for discussion. So I can get us jump started on where we think we're landing and to see what your feedback is and if that works for you, and Doug can pipe in as he sees fit as well. So last year we met on a weekly basis every Friday morning at 8 a.m. Doug and I have talked about some different times if strategically it made sense to meet a different time, and we just kept coming back to this Friday morning time schedule. So we are proposing still a weekly check-in call that lasts for an hour where we go through our bill tracker with the commissioners, the lobbyists, department heads, staff as needed to review those priorities. And then what we're proposing as an engagement is add on once a month, either first Friday of the month, last Friday of the month, whatever works for everyone, an additional 30 minutes to invite our legislative delegation onto the call. And during that time, have our priorities listed, the county's top 5 priorities, maybe something similar to what AOC put out on the top 5 priorities with bills and specific talking points. I think we heard that from some of our legislatures on Monday, that if we had specific talking points on why they are a priority for our county. So we have a more focused engagement with our legislatures. And then in addition to that, we're proposing sending out a weekly email to the legislative delegation with that same format. These are our priorities. These are what we're tracking, and this is why we're tracking them. So we could go over kind of those bullet points at the end of our 1-hour check-in call on the weekly basis. And then either Doug or I can send out that weekly priority to our delegation to get them engaged. So that's kind of our starting point for this discussion today. And I'll turn it over to Doug to see if he has anything, and happy to take any feedback and, you know, as you guys see fit for engagement there.
Yeah, commissioners, this is Doug Riggs. Looks like my camera is not turning on, but I am here, and I concur with what Jen said. I think having a county-only meeting to make sure we get prepared and we know we have a chance to go through our priorities is good. And then having a regular set of meetings with our delegation where they know exactly what time to show up and when they can get information works out fine. So that I'd concur with Jen's recommendation.
Friday at 8's fine with me. Looking forward to, welcoming new senator and the dynamics there, so Anthony Brodman, and just making relationships with anybody and everybody in our legislative delegation that wants to get engaged. And I'm already talking to them all.
Commissioner Chang, do you have any comments?
No, sounds good.
Okay, sounds good.
So we're great with that format. Okay, that was easy.
Quick and easy.
All right, thank you.
Great.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Tanya, you're next on the agenda. Do you think this is going to take like a half an hour? What do you think we should do?
It's a substantial item.
Yeah,
But it might go less, it might go more. I'm happy.
I know, since it's now noon, do you mind if we come back at 1 then? Okay, all right. Yeah, the afternoon doesn't look that detailed. So if you don't mind, if you're available, let's come back at 1. Thank you so much. Okay, so Kim, we're in recess. Thank you. Okay, let's call our meeting to order 50 seconds early, or maybe 20 seconds. Reconvening our meeting, December 18th, 2024. And we're actually at item number 22. Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you, Chair Dare. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Tanya Saltzman. I'm a senior planner on the long range side of the Community Development Department. These are the continued deliberations for text amendments concerning RVs as rental dwellings. And I'm going to do a PowerPoint and take you through this process. So as an overview, just the website for this project is www.deschutes.org/RV amendments. That's where the full record can be found, as well as a summary of the amendments themselves. Just a few key dates here. 35-day required notice was provided to the Department of Land Conservation and Development on October 4th, 2023. The first evidentiary hearing, which was with the Planning Commission, was on November 9th, 2023. The board hearing was held on May 8th, 2024, and the final close of the record was on November 1st, 2024. I know there's been a few comments, public comments that have trickled in through, I believe, the citizen input email. We've received those, but those unfortunately cannot be part of the record because they arrived in this last week. So,
But at least people are hearing about it.
they are indeed.
Yeah.
The memo that I gave you provides a more detailed summary of the process thus far. I'm not going to go over every little date there, but just some key points in the Board of County Commissioners process. Deliberations began on June 10th. At that time, the board directed staff to return at a subsequent date with additional research on a couple of items. Staff returned on August 14th, during which time the board signed order number 2024-029 that reopened the public record, the written public record, until November 1st. And this was primarily designed enacted in order to obtain more information, mostly from the fire districts. It was the heat of the summer and they were busy, as well as other counties seeing where they were in the process, as well as the public. So that record closed on November 1st, the second round of that record. November 13th, so last month, staff came to the board to deliberate, summarizing the testimony that had been received from the public as well as certain agencies. That's all available on the website and in the memo from that November 13th meeting. We began deliberations for just a general direction on how these amendments might go. At that time, the board directed staff to return with specific issues for deliberation, the more traditional deliberation, which is where we are today. So I'm going to go through several items for deliberation. They're outlined in the memo as well. I believe there are 4. Then I'm going to just touch on some other issues that don't fit into the specific multiple choice items for deliberation, but they all should be considered as a whole as the board considers these amendments. The board can choose to have informal votes or votes on each item for deliberation as we go, or you can come back or jump around. It's of course up to you, but I'm just going to do them in the order that's in the memo. So the first item, and I apologize for the small type, is minimum lot size. So this was an issue that was brought up as a way to essentially control the amount of eligible properties. As we know, the Planning Commission voted not to adopt these amendments allowing RVs as rental dwellings, in part because of the large anticipated scale of it. There were about 13,000 eligible properties with using the baseline criteria of 1 acre minimum lot size. Senate Bill 1013, which is where all of this derived from, does not have any sort of minimum lot size, but staff started these amendments way back in the Planning Commission process with the idea of a 1 acre minimum lot size. We did this in consultation with our on-site wastewater specialists and just thought that would be a good starting point. So at the last meeting, there was some interest in just exploring what other lot sizes might look like. So staff presents 3 options here for consideration. The first, which is the original draft, is a 1 acre minimum lot size. So as I noted, that would be about 13,000 properties in Deschutes County would be eligible, just using the baseline criteria of zone lot size, and there has to be a single family dwelling there. Of course, individual sites might not necessarily be able to carry an RV, whether that's due to septic issues or dimensional issues, but just using that baseline criteria, about 13,000 properties. Option B is a 2-acre minimum lot size, except for certain areas of South County, which would have a minimum of 5 acres. Now, this is following the way the ADU program went, using the exact same borders. And approximately 7,600 properties would be eligible under this scenario. There are maps in your packet that show generally where those eligible properties would be. And then the third option is a 5-acre minimum lot size across the board. Obviously, this results in the smallest number of eligible properties, about 3,400. And there's pros and cons. This would potentially minimize the impacts to neighbors, to groundwater. There were concerns throughout the process of just general compatibility, rural character, traffic, et cetera. This does reduce that, but it also presents fewer opportunities for this new housing type, which is also very important. And that was the reason why people supported it, is they want this opportunity for this new type of housing. So it's all about that balance. In one way you could use, if you wanted to go with this 5-acre minimum lot size, it could be treated as essentially a pilot program. There's nothing stopping the board from revisiting this in the future. Once we have data about how the program's going, that's a fairly easy change to make, to allow more eligible properties rather than going that other direction. So with that, I'll just let the board discuss this issue.
Start, if you like.
Well, so I think I support 1-acre parcels. 2 to 5 is where the ADU ended up. So when I say 1-acre parcels, knowing that Southern Deschutes County is dense area, there's a lot of 1-acre parcels there. I say that in the light of future activity like this triggering on-site upgrades, which means a nitrate reducing system or possibility of sewer in the future. So that's way out there. It's a visionary statement. So that's how I could get to 1-acre minimum lot size is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I appreciate the concern about the potential number of properties. And at the same time, I would point to the rural ADU program to just tell people, there can be thousands and thousands of eligible properties. And what we're actually going to see is, a small number. This is not as big of an investment to have a pad, have, connections to septic and water and electricity as building an ADU is. But I still think that the investment is going to be a barrier for a significant number of entities. And so I think I'm pretty good with the 1-acre concept as well. Although we did with the rural ADUs think about a higher size threshold, a higher lot size threshold in South County because of septic overload concerns, and I that would be my one consideration for wanting to think about larger lot sizes and what the septic impact of this might be. I mean, that I don't think that these RVs are necessarily going to have, a shower and a washing machine and a dishwasher and all those things inside. But we should think about what the septic implications of these are going to be.
Same conclusion I come to. Yeah, I'm not disregarding any of that.
Right now I'm hearing two
Two people are voting for 1 acre and I'm not.
I'm like, I'm leaning one, but I do have that septic impact concern.
Oh, if the ADUs had to get their own system, I mean, okay, it's 900 square feet or 700 square feet, and they had to get their own septic system in because they couldn't go on to the house. Honestly, if you have an RV with a shower in it, and I've seen some pretty nice ones, yeah, it could be, it will overwhelm the system. Doesn't take that much.
I think the idea in general is that, the property in question, when they apply for this land use permit, there would have to be some sort of evaluation to determine the existing capacity of the system. If it's doable to potentially have the RV connect to the existing system or an expansion or a addition. So those would all be evaluated on an individual basis. So that doesn't necessarily influence your decision, but just a data point. So, all right, well,
Well, you see them advertised on Facebook, they're there. Yeah, see them all the time.
I'd be comfortable going with option B as well. But I guess I fall somewhere right in between those two.
Okay.
So me to move on to the next one, we can always.
Sure.
That.
No, that's fine. Setbacks.
This does tie to it does tie to setbacks. I mean, because if one of the concerns is, like 1 acre lot means that you're like in the face of the neighbor with an RV, that then the setbacks could mitigate that concern. So yes, let's come back to this one.
Yeah, it's definitely all intertwined. And there's not so many issues that we can't jump around. So yeah.
We're good at jumping.
Item 2 is placement and setbacks. So baked into the initial draft of the code, we have the RV must be 10 feet from any other structure. That's meant for structural fires, generally, ignition of adjacent stuff, essentially. The setbacks for the dwellings in the underlying zone apply to the RVs. So that's where we started. Option B includes all of that, plus basically a 100-foot envelope similar to ADU. So the RV must be located within 100 feet of that primary dwelling. This came up, this is again, not part of the state law, but this is what is used for ADUs. This was suggested as to be considered. In other words, everything would have to be clustered within 100 feet of that primary dwelling. That clusters the impacts together rather than spreading them out across the property. And you can see pros and cons to that, especially depending on that lot size. It can also provide efficiencies for your septic system and for driveways and just things like that. Clackamas County has used this standard. And again, we use that in our ADU legislation that's in place right now. So that's option B. And then option C is all of the above. So the basic 10-foot setback from any structure, the underlying zone setbacks, the 100-foot building envelope, and a setback from any adjacent land, zone, farm, or forest. This is used in ADUs as well, keeping it consistent. The idea is to help minimize any conflicts with resource land. It's just to not interfere with farm and forestry practices. Option D would be some other combination of those. If you want to do one but not the other, we can mix and match.
Is 10 feet, is that what the ADU has to be at least 10 feet away?
I don't believe there is that requirement for ADUs. The 10 feet for RVs was suggested by our building safety division.
I mean, 10 feet isn't very far at all.
No. I mean, that's just meant for kind of ignition issues of flammability and, if
Yeah.
your RV catches fire, you don't want the adjacent thing.
Well, 10 feet isn't going to save your house in, is it? Because things are going to be blowing out from the RV.
But the envelope, you mean? Yeah.
I mean, but 10 feet is also just a minimum. I mean, it has to be a minimum of 10 feet away. You don't have to put it 10 feet.
No, I know it's the minimum, but I'm just saying 10 feet is really not very far.
That's what they suggested.
Okay. Wow.
They felt
Lovely.
So I would support option B in alignment with Clackamas County, and then the resource lands. There is the right to farm, and just acknowledging that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we would need to limit that. It may be nice in some scenario somewhere, but I don't know that I need to see that in code.
I'm good with that, and I support option B as well.
Continue on, Tanya.
Next item is defensible space, and this goes over 2 slides because I couldn't fit it all in one. So as we've discussed, the initial bill does not include anything pertaining to wildfire, the same way the ADUs. ADUs was very much linked to state law concerning defensible space and wildfire mitigation. The suggestion from many of the fire districts was, hey, can you just do the same as ADUs? And as we've explained in the past, it's not always possible because RVs are not considered structures, they would not be subject to that code. However, it is possible for us to take some of that language, some of the bits, and put that in the code. So these are those options here. So the first option for defensible space, the property owner must maintain a 20-foot radius around the RV of non-combustible ground cover. So that's gravel, concrete, asphalt, or grass mowed to 4 inches, or some combination of those. This suggestion came from the fire districts. This is actually not related to the wildfire mitigation state law. This was a suggestion from the fire districts. It's just very clear, very easy to measure for whoever's looking at it, to figure out if people are complying or not. It's easy for basically everybody. It's clear and it's objective. It's easy to enforce. So that was option A.
What if you mowed it to 4 inches in June and it's now August and you haven't mowed it since?
Well, then you're not in compliance.
Yeah, I know. I mean, but
and
you did it in June.
That is an issue. If you're
And it's now brown and it's really flammable. So
yeah, no, I mean, that would be an enforcement issue. It's true. We're not, as we've discussed with our conversations around code enforcement, there's not people driving around looking for violations, but it would be under the property owner's responsibility to keep that in compliance.
Well, it can fall in the category of the best practice, guidance, and requirements, because
Yeah.
when you're looking at, oh, is this defensible space or not? Well, that grass is kind of high. And then this gives you a reference. Well, grass mowed to 4 inches is the spec. So
I mean, that's the tricky part of defensible space in
Yeah.
general. Things grow, trees grow, things move, it's ever changing. So that is one of the difficulties throughout this of enforcement of defensible space. So moving on to option B. And so option B and option C are both directly from ADUs, as well as from the statewide wildfire regulations. The way the ADU code is structured is it requires either B or C to be met. So it has to be one or the other. So that would probably be the way that we would want to do that here as well. So the first option is require the fire break standards that are required for ADUs, which is a 10-foot primary fire break, a 20-foot secondary fire break, a fuel break 100 feet from the secondary fire break. And the specific language is provided in an attachment to your memo. Again, this is in response to the fire districts requesting the ADU wildfire mitigation criteria be applied. It's using similar language, but not exactly the same. Again, inspection and enforcement could become an issue. It would likely need to be included in permitting costs in some capacity. But this is the same language as in the ADU legislation. The second part of that, which is option C, is instead of having these very specific fire breaks, the property owner can consult with the fire district to develop appropriate fire breaks. So that's kind of the more discretionary option. If you have a funny shaped property or some specific situation, that consultation and agreement that this is good from the fire district, that would be sufficient. Again, it's unclear what the resource level is that's available from the fire districts. They have stated that it's a little bit tight there, but we don't know until we do it. It also, as Commissioner Chang noted, we don't know how many people are going to apply for this. Just because there's all this eligibility doesn't mean there's everybody's going to be knocking down the door of the fire district.
Okay, so Tanya,
Yes.
manufactured homes are having a really hard time getting insurance again. So what is it going to be when you have an RV next to your house? What are insurance companies going to think of this little idea? I mean, honestly, okay. But I mean, it could be a really big issue when you look at manufactured homes, and there are very few companies that will even write the policy anymore. And are you making your single family residents more susceptible if you've got an RV there? That's
Fair question. Yeah.
and that could blow up.
Right. I mean, I'm not, I don't know the nuances of how they decide that. You know, I do know, you know, the RVs aren't considered real property. So there is a kind of a funny, I'm not sure how.
But if it's legally there and we've permitted it, what's, you know, what is the opinion going to be of the insurance company? The good news is I just got my insurance policy 2 days ago, and it went up 30% a year ago. It only went up 5% this time. We're coming, yeah, way better than, you know, 2 years ago. So, yeah, I just don't know what they're going to think, but, you know, I think it could be definitely questionable. But then that's not our problem, is it?
I mean, it's, you know, it's a collective, it's an issue that is beyond the purview of what we're talking about here, but it's certainly worth considering. I'm not sure how insurance companies think about kind of all the stuff that's on a property. I'm not, to be honest, I don't know.
I think that RVs are insured as vehicles.
That's my hunt. I mean, they are titled as a
You know, whether a vehicle presents a risk to your primary dwelling of some kind, I mean, that's like, I guess that's what we're trying to get at here. But you know, there are many rural households in Deschutes County who have an RV that, you know, they just store on their property.
If I could get to supporting A, keep it real simple, real clear, measurable, you know, grass mowed to 4 inches. I think of Southern Deschutes County, it grows in June. If you just need to cut it in July and then you're done. I mean, it's just like that. It races up for about 6 weeks, and then you just got to cut it once, maybe twice. But that seems real reasonable. You know, somebody walking in saying, I'd like to do this. Okay, there's a 20-foot requirement. You can either use this, or a mix. Seems real clear and simple. And, you know, fire agencies, I think, would support that. I don't know if there was specific feedback on that. 20-foot radius.
Would it be possible to have maybe like a combination of A and C? You know, this is the standard. And if you have a really funny shaped lot, you could seek a, you know, customized approval from a fire district. Something like that.
Reasonable. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the code.
Yeah, well, would it be a path to request or a requirement to go check on that? You know, so I mean, that's the thing. I'm thinking, okay, got a great idea. I'm gonna park my RV next to your house. Okay, well, we need to get certified for this. And then are they going to say, well, you have to go to your fire district, or you can go to your fire
I'm
district?
saying we have a standard, and then, you know, if you're saying like, well, just because my lot is weird, like I can't meet that standard,
Oh, yeah.
then you have the option to go to a fire district
Yeah.
and say, oh yeah, we can figure out something different for you,
Conditional approval.
like
of
a
some
special case.
It's actually
yeah.
very similar to what we're doing in our clear and objective work, that there's a very clear and objective standard, 20 feet of nothing or of very,
Yeah.
or this alternative is you get consultation. It's a little more work.
And that's fine. I support that.
So, you know, ultimately the application that comes to us would have one of those 2 boxes checked. I've either, here's my letter from the fire districts with the thumbs up, or here's my proof of the non-combustible radius. So I think code-wise that would work. That would make sense.
And so for clear and objective standards, do we actually have to say that? Like, here's the standard, but you can do this other thing? Or is it just, here's a standard, and then people raise their hand and
No,
say like,
we
hey,
we spell out a discretionary option and a clear and objective. And this, I don't
Okay.
want to, I don't want to complicate this. This would not clear and objective would not necessarily apply to this, but that's just following that because.
Yeah, that kind of approach. Uh-huh. That I'd be comfortable with that. With a provision for you to be able to seek a special case.
That's fine with me.
Shall I move on?
Sure, move on.
Now we're on item 4, which is emergency access. Again, this is something that is not required in the state law, but was brought to our attention by fire districts and the public, 911, et cetera. Right now, we have in the draft, in the addressing code, a small modification to just name RVs as rental dwellings as subject to that addressing code. So we hope that that would address the addressing in terms of just making sure there's a number and it's numbered properly and all of that.
Is it going to have a different number?
I believe it's I'd have to double check if it's an AB or an actual different number. I think it's a different number. It's following the protocol that they do now for ADUs, I believe.
Really?
That's
Even though you could have an ADU at your property, it's going to have a different number on it?
because it has to have a separate address for 911.
Okay.
Services and for mail and all of that. That's my understanding. So as
But what
far
if
as
you own the ADU and it's just for your guests and nobody really lives there?
well,
Why would you want
they
it?
still have to have a separate address for emergent because it can still catch fire, right? You know, they would still need to know if it's kind of off a driveway or something, which dwelling they're going to. That's my
The one that has the smoke coming out. Basic 101. Yeah. Okay. Just asking.
So besides the addressing, just emergency access for vehicles being able to get to the structure, we have some suggestions from the IDU legislation again. Option A is the driveway standards. It has to be 12 feet wide with a horizontal clearance of 20 feet, vertical clearance of 13.5 feet, and an all-weather surface. So again, that's what's in our ADU code. Again, in our ADU code is option B, which is written confirmation from a fire protection service provider. So same sort of structure as the previous item. The ADU criteria requires either A or B. You have to have one or the other to be met. The third option C is no emergency access requirements. With the current draft is option C right now, but this is an issue for deliberation.
Oh,
A and B.
A or B.
I want them both.
The same as ADUs. In other words, you have to comply with either A or B.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And is that really different than what we were just talking about for the defensible space? I mean,
It's structured. I mean,
A is the standard and then B is like a fallback.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, for anything that's a little weird, you can consult with your fire protection service provider. Again, their capacity is, we don't know, but that's an option that's utilized for ADUs as well. So it would just follow that model and be consistent with that. There is we think as staff, some benefit to having a lot of this stuff mimic the ADUs just for clarity. So it's a little bit easier for people to follow. So that's why we structured this way. So I'm hearing requiring either A or B for emergency access. Great. Thank you. So now I'm going to move on to the other issues.
We need to circle back to
Yes.
the first item.
Would you like to? Yeah, absolutely.
Or we could circle back now, or we could go to the other issue. Is there a preference?
Nope.
Do you want to go back to item 1, the lot size?
Sure.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get that pinned down.
So just to refresh, there's a 1 acre minimum lot size option. Second option is 2 acres with some 5 acre minimums in South County. And option C is a 5 acre minimum lot size across the board. I was hearing 1 acre before, but with the consideration, maybe option fee.
Will you can always add more if it really does seem to be working well.
That's true. It is easier to do it that direction than to.
Right, than to go the other way.
That's a really back in. I'd support that. Okay.
So am I hearing option B?
Yes. So now we're at number 3, other issues.
Sorry, can I confirm?
I would vote.
Well, I was supporting option 1, but it's 2 to, I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I was
would
just
vote- I would vote
advocating for.
for option B, and in the future, if this is all working smashingly well, then we can consider shrinking the minimum.
That clarity, I appreciate it. Just a quick note, I got incoming communication from our building safety division. That 10-foot minimum with that comes from building code, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's buildings. That's not a building and an RV.
Correct. They,
And we have the combustible factor, like how many RVs have we seen that have burned up all over the place,
Yeah.
Yeah, they start fires. Okay.
Well, it'll bring up the conversation. Is it at least 10 feet away? Well, maybe I should put it 30 feet away because, that'll help bring up the conversation.
So back to other issues, if that's okay.
That'd be lovely.
So this is just to circle back about the funding and fees, because this is a big piece of the conversation. As we've noted, pardon me while I find my papers. Because RVs aren't taxed as real property, they're not generating additional property tax that in turn would help emergency services and fire services support the emergency and fire services. So there were a few kind of options bandied about in our conversations. They don't rise to the level of specific deliberations, but we just want to kind of bring this back to the table and for discussion, just as you consider this whole package. So in terms of the fees, as we noted, in theory, the fire districts, if they could find a way to work together under a governing body, they could develop an SDC-like fee that could then be implemented by us. We're essentially the pass-through, the mechanism for that payment, but it cannot be generated from CDD. So in the event that the fire districts do this in the future, CDD is prepared to work with them to kind of figure out how that would actually work with the billing and so forth. But again, it cannot come from us. We can't.
When you're saying singular governing body, you're referring to just each fire district.
Well, ideally, it's my understanding, I think ideally it would be a single governing body of all the fire districts.
Well, I don't,
But I don't
that's what I was wondering, but
therein lies the problem.
yeah.
If individual fire districts want to take it upon themselves, that would get very complicated. If Fire District A wants, votes on this much money and Fire District B wants this much, it is theoretically possible. It has to come from a governing body. And we could certainly drill down on that in the future if that was a thing that the fire districts wanted to.
But it's out there for their discussion too.
Yeah. The ball is essentially in their court, whether that's as a collective or individually.
And you said that CDD can't initiate that with them. Does that mean the entire county is unable to initiate that with them, or?
I believe it has to come from the governing body of the fire district. So we would be essentially the cash register that processes that. I don't think the county, it's my understanding that the county government can't initiate that fee. It has to come from the actual people who would be getting that fee. There was also discussion of business licenses. As stated, the program doesn't currently exist in the county. It was discussed previously in previous conversations about the regulation of short-term rentals. There was discussion of maybe bundling together, starting a new business license program that addressed both RVs as well as short-term rentals just for efficiencies, because starting a business license program involves costs and software and training and that type of thing. That is certainly a possibility. The board could direct staff to do that. It would require reopening that conversation about short-term rentals. So I'm just putting that out there, that I don't know if that's a thing that maybe in the future could be considered, or if you want, how you want to tie that together with this program, or don't you? Just saying that if the business license program were to be considered, that would be a larger conversation that kind of envelops other topics as well. It's kind of messy, but.
So putting this in context again, this would be a fee mechanism at the county in support of the fire district activity, right? I mean, that's the intention. That's why we're talking about having this right here.
That could.
Not the short-term rentals, but an RV fee received to be provided to a fire district.
And the other consideration,
Thought that they had to, that was something separate.
Through a business license.
A business license is the other option, she's saying.
another consideration, I mean, there will be quite a lot of code compliance work associated with RVs that are not legit. And just checking to make sure that, that RV rental dwellings that come in through the door are doing it right. So I mean, I would just put out that if we did pursue this business license, then we could generate revenue for us to, do the code compliance work that's necessary. I mean, just as, with short-term rentals, we are currently, there's not an application for that. So there's no funds going to CDD for a short-term rental for them to, perform code compliance work, which is actually really quite valuable in the realm of, these alternative dwelling or short-term dwelling type situations. Yeah. So, I mean, I was the one who suggested exploring the business license concept again. I still think that is a, potentially useful pathway to explore for this, but it does, to get the economy of scale to actually make a business license program efficient, we would probably need to be looking at a business license for short-term rentals and RVs as rental dwellings.
And I had come to the conclusion that these are recreational vehicles, and not all of them are going to be in mechanically running order with good tires, but by far the most of them will be. So my point is, during a wildfire event, these can be moved. A primary dwelling is not going to be moved. So that's not saying that an RV isn't going to be a fire hazard in itself, something starting on fire there. But there was just the conversations that we had discussed referring to that scenario. And the scenario could be pull out, we've got a level 2 evacuation and it's time to move. So that just acknowledging that for one of the scenarios of fire associated with having this next to a house. And I think we should, show support for a fire district that might want to do a system development charge, but not put a system in place at this time.
Just one last point on the funding and fee conversation. And Commissioner Chang just touched on the capacity issues in code enforcement. If these amendments are adopted, the permit fees initially would probably be captured in an existing category rather than adjusting the fee schedule midstream. At the time, the normal time of year that CDD looks at its fee schedule, it would probably look into establishing a specific, RV rental dwelling fee. And at that time, it's possible to consider, maybe have a conversation of how that might help address capacity issues. That's a conversation for when that occurs. But we would be tracking that and trying to figure out how that might work.
Well, that's a path I could support. One-time fee for, the RV review for the approval of land use is what I think the scenario is. And adding overhead right there, because it is one time, it is an impact, for code enforcement. And then in that scenario, aiming for the fee schedule of this next year may be the place to do it, if we get there.
I mean, I guess I would say this doesn't a one-time fee doesn't help us address our chronic code enforcement capacity constraints. But I certainly want a fee instead of nothing. So
Yeah, it would be a start. It won't be free. But yeah, just wanted to acknowledge that.
We're not going to do it for free? Is that what you just said?
Probably not.
No.
Probably going to be a land use permit fee to apply for this. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of
just
a
like you did
fee.
For ADUs.
So what's the fee for an ADU then? You remember, Tanya?
ADU. Sorry, I don't have that at the top.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. I believe it's approximately $700, $750. It's a ministerial decision, so it's a checklist. We would, if the board does decide that they want to approve these amendments to allow RVs as rental units or dwellings, we would follow the same suit. So the fee would be modest. I think it could, we're going to have to, come back to the board if the board approves this, set of amendments for consideration of first reading. Before we come back under that scenario, we'll need to develop a program to communicate to the public like we did for rural ADUs. So we'll have a better sense of what those fees are. I think the level of review, will be, relatively easier for us because we've gone through the rural ADU coordination effort. There's not fire hardening. So this should be relatively straightforward. I would assume the fees would be slightly lower than rural ADUs. Because that's the intent of this program. That's the intent, I think, if the board supports this, is to try to provide a pathway that's sensitive to the cost of entitling a property for this opportunity. Chair Adair is right as well, though, that authorization permits will be necessary to ensure that the RV that's being considered, and that'll be a case-by-case basis, right? There'll be some RVs that may have more amenities in terms of gray water than others. So that would be evaluated at the time of the proposal. So you would be looking at an authorization permit and whatnot, an electrical permit for the pedestal. As you've heard, I think, from Todd Cleveland, the on-site wastewater manager, all things being equal, going back to what Commissioner Chang noted, is that most of these RVs don't have showers, don't have washing machines or dishwashers. And to the extent that they do, they're really mindful of their water availability. So it's not like at my house where my daughter back from college sits in the shower for hours and what feels like hours. So that was tangential. Sorry to throw my daughter under the bus, but we believe that all things being equal, the septic system should be able to accommodate the RVs as opposed to what we see with a rural ADU. So that's kind of broader context of how we would structure the land use application, the level of review that's required to get our constituents that are exploring this, get them to the position to utilize this program.
So a what if? I just saw a RV with a horse trailer, $385,000 in Las Vegas. Could somebody use something like that to live in as long as it was like within 100 feet? If you're a farm and you have a horse operation, can you do that legally without even getting a permit?
No.
You can't, even though if you're a horse operation.
Program isn't eligible for farm or forest land, so one can't. The only time one can use an RV for temporary housing is if it's a medical hardship. So, and what you're describing is a several $100,000 RV that's towing a trailer with animals.
It's all together.
But that doesn't sound like a medical hardship circumstance.
No, but I thought the farm people could actually have help that live on their property. That doesn't work?
There are provisions for farm help dwellings.
Right.
But I don't believe that that's permissible for recreational vehicles. So one can have if the farm income is robust and there's opportunities for not just relatives that are helping with the farm, but also for farm workers, there are provisions in state law that allow that to happen. But that would be in a permanent dwelling, not in a recreational vehicle.
Okay.
I mean, there is sort of like a continuum though, because aren't manufactured homes eligible for the farm labor dwelling?
Yeah, aren't they?
Yeah,
You know,
manufactured,
it's
but I consider
not
that
an RV.
That's
It's
not an RV,
but
that's a
it's not
dwelling.
stick-built
Yep,
house either.
yep.
So
You can have a manufactured home as a primary dwelling. You can have a manufactured home as a medical hardship. And certainly in these other examples, but RVs are, this is really the first time that the state is allowing counties and eligible areas to utilize a recreational vehicle as a rental dwelling, without any of the limitations that come with a medical hardship.
one other scenario, since we're talking about, like what if scenarios, one other scenario I wanted to ask about is if someone has a rural residence currently has a large, tall, detached garage and they're storing an RV in there, assuming they can establish the appropriate electrical, water septic hookups, can you do an RV rental dwelling inside a structure like that?
No.
Okay.
The way we have it worded, and this also came from our building safety division, is the structure has to be open, I believe, on 2 or more sides, because of ventilation and exhaust and things like that.
Okay.
So yeah, it might be a roof that helps with kind of snow or other things, but it can't be a enclosed garage.
I mean, what are the health or safety concerns with allowing someone to have an RV inside a garage, providing this dwelling opportunity?
I think you're looking at, we could certainly come back and coordinate with our building official, Randy Scheid. I think you're pulling the RV in a larger structure. I mean, all of a sudden it seems to me on the face of it, you're blending an accessory structure with a recreational vehicle. I don't understand what's the objective? What's the benefit of having it there? The Board of County Commissioners has said they're not, you considered it, but you recognize that the snow load isn't problematic. So
from the landlord perspective, I'm wondering, this situation, a large garage or shop with an RV parked in it, at a rural residence. This exists around the county.
It sure
So
does.
if one of those people is inspired, like, hey, my RV that I'm, use maybe 10 days of the year, if they're inspired, hey, I'm going to actually provide a housing opportunity for somebody. I was just wondering.
And why don't we come back, if the board decides that you're supportive of the elements discussed this afternoon, Tanya can bring back information to this question about, the what if there was a covered structure, that an RV presumably can meet well, we'll come back. I think we can come back with an answer to that question, as you consider first reading, and then to the extent that it opens up other opportunities, I think the board could suspend consideration of first reading, because as of right now, the amendments that you just have been talking about have defensible space, and so
before I bog you down,
yeah,
that is going to delay us from getting to RV rental dwelling opportunities. Let me also ask, is that something that we could consider and tack on later?
Yeah, I
sort of a discrete process if it's even becomes a thing. Like if we suddenly start to hear from people like, hey, I've already got an RV in my garage and I would love to offer this, but you know, I went in for an application, they said it's not allowed.
Yeah, I mean, so absolutely, if the commission wants to go forward with the momentum you have in place today, and then we hear from the community about these situations, the board can always direct staff to amend the program and initiate a minor code amendment to take advantage of these opportunities. You know, the minimum of 10 feet from the primary structure, no farther than 100 feet may be problematic for those that have an existing accessory structure. I think, you know, you look at the rural fabric of the community, I think quite often the rural structure is several hundred feet for larger properties, just because of the area that these rural lots present and the topography and whatnot. So we can customize this amendment depending on the board's wishes. And again, if it's helpful, we can do it offline as well. We could send it through Nick, an email of, first off, why does any kind of enclosure have to be open on two sides? What are the issues, if any, to be able to use an RV in an enclosed space, an enclosed structure? You know, there may be some code enforcement issues that's what jumps out to me, that you know, you get into the enclosed area, yeah, you know, all of a sudden there's another bathroom, there's a storage area, and you're finding yourself in on the face of it, under this hypothetical a rural ADU.
Let's defer kind of trying to analyze and work that into this code and move forward with what we've got.
I mean, we can keep it on the back burner.
It was more just saying that it was a safety issue in terms of exhaust and just stuff coming out of the RV and having adequate air circulation around the vehicle. But I'm not a building.
Right. I mean, it gets cold. They need to turn on, you know, do they have a battery? Do they turn on? Sometimes they turn on the engine. And so you've got the carbon monoxide. So anyway, we'll keep it on the back burner to the extent that just with lot size, if this program matures, and there's interest in, that the board's hearing from constituents that there's interest in lowering that minimum lot size separate from Southern Deschutes County from 2 acres to 1 acre, we can come back. So that's really the purpose. I mean, none of the regulations that are in place today or that the board has promulgated recently, they're never meant to be static, right? They're always, you know, to the extent that state law allows it, for reform and modernization. So this is very true in this case. Okay.
So the question is, how many ADUs have actually been built in Deschutes County since we?
We should always have that. You're so good about asking these questions. I want to say we're 3 dozen.
3 dozen. You mean like 36?
I mean like 36
Oh,
that are. Some have been issued, some have been, you know, are en route, some have had site evaluations. Yeah, so I think you're between, I want to say in the high 30s right now. Yeah.
We've had as many people move out of the Veterans Village in 2 years as we've had ADU.
The septic piece is
Overwhelming.
It is an expensive element when one has an existing dwelling with a septic system that's been customized for that existing dwelling. Adding a new dwelling, as has been communicated to the public and obviously to the board, those septic systems, if there's not foresight involved, they have to be expanded, they have to be modernized, and that is expensive. It requires a reserve drain field, and I think it's an example of a well-intentioned legislation, and Deschutes County likely has approved and processed more RVs than any other county, but I said rural, what did I say?
You said RVs.
I said RVs, sorry, rural ADUs. But yeah, these are added costs that, you know, get lost in the legislation. And there's really no flexibility
for the on-site wastewater program, just due to the responsibilities to ensure that wastewater is appropriately treated.
Just to drill down on Peter's numbers, I happened to ask this last week to Sherry Pinner, so I have the numbers. Land use applications for ADUs, we've received 31 applications. 21 have been approved, 9 are in process, and 1 was withdrawn. On-site site evaluation applications, we've gotten 51 applications. 39 have been approved, 4 are in process, and 8 have been denied or withdrawn. And building permits, I believe there's been 17 permits issued. So.
I mean, I think the benefit of this program and the utility of it long-term is, as property owners or as people look to invest in a vacant property that meets the eligibility requirements, the ability to plan for that septic up front because you can build a dwelling and then it can include the rural ADU as part of that broader package. So, right, you would be paying essentially that one-time upfront cost for that septic system that's large enough to serve 2 dwellings. That's where I think Commissioner Dare, we could see more of these rural
Weren't there like
ADUs.
7,000 plus lots that were eligible that were empty? Something it was
Right.
it was a pretty big number.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So the ability to amortize that on the front end is so much greater versus the retrofitting process when you have that existing that existing dwelling.
And I just want us to remember, having land use authority to do something is one thing. Having the money to implement it is another thing. And an ADU is not a cheap thing to build. There are a lot of, if you are looking for an investment and a return on investment, there may be other things where you got $250,000, $300,000. You might be better to invest your money somewhere else. So we have seen, in places like Colorado where local governments are offering people substantial incentives, $50,000, $60,000 to build an ADU, and they're getting more ADUs because they're helping to buy down the cost. So there's only so much we can do from our end with land use approvals and streamlining permitting and trying to allow as much as we can without jeopardizing, public health on the septic end. Yeah, we can do a whole bunch of things, but if it's, kind of from a financial perspective, only a mediocre investment, then, we're not going to change that.
Yeah. And I think the other, just to supplement those remarks, and Commissioner DeBonne noted this on the front end of the RV amendments. I mean, so much of the rural county, it has a dense rural lotting pattern. And so ensuring that, you have setbacks from domestic wells, we have areas where the groundwater is vulnerable. And so it's just complicated in the rural county and where you're seeing that not just in Colorado, but I think throughout the country for accessory dwelling units is in the urban environment. The ability to tap into a centralized water and wastewater line, I think it allows one to amortize those costs far differently than if you're in the rural county because of these individual, responsibilities with domestic wells and septic systems. But we know it's expensive and we know the board is committed to looking at ways to provide housing opportunities that can meet, the needs of our broader community. And, but yeah, these costs do add up. We understand that.
So with that, I'm just going to outline the next steps and the options for the board. The board can choose to continue deliberations at another date, or you can conclude deliberations and vote on the proposal. If you vote to approve this proposal, staff will return at a date to be determined with the code fully fleshed out based on the options that you chose today. ordinance, filling a few holes in the findings. It's just the full package, and that would be for consideration of first reading early in the new year. And I'll note that if that does occur, similar to ADUs, there will be some coordination time involved on the CDD side in terms of implementation, getting all of our forms ready, all of that, the way we did it with ADUs, which I think was a very successful rollout in terms of making sure people know what the expectations are, how to do it. So we'll need to build in a little bit of that time as well if it comes to that.
Yeah, and to build off those remarks, I believe that when the rural ADU ordinance was adopted, I believe the commissioners applied a 30-day effective date. It wasn't necessarily by emergency, by effective immediately. So again, we're not trying to get ahead of the county commissioners, but we're mindful that we want to make sure our systems are in place, the information's available, so that if and when the board decides to adopt an ordinance, we're available to answer constituents' questions. Because I actually think while we haven't seen maybe the preferred or ideal volume of applicants for rural ADUs, I do think there will be a lot of interested constituents that will want to know about the RV as a rental dwelling program. So we want to have that information readily available the moment the board is thinking about or considering adopting an ordinance for first and second reading. So we'll take the time necessary and still come back to the board in a efficient manner to get this program in place, to the extent this is something that the board wants to consider for approval.
I support concluding the deliberations if we're all there. That's where I'm at.
I'd support that. I'd be happy to vote on the proposed amendments today, or to wait to see another, like a final version, if my fellow commissioners are interested in that. Either way.
I think if we get to a vote of support on the discussion we had, then the final package will come to us, which will have those items that either we support or don't in the final version. So I don't mind launching this today.
What does a motion look like?
For me, just to move approval of final closing deliberations and for the proposed amendments as discussed today. I mean, I think we have enough notes to know where the majority is.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Calling for the vote, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Chair votes yes.
Right.
Very
Really
exciting
appreciate
to-
the discussion on this. I know it's been a long project, but
Yeah, and it only keeps getting worse, right? Because people are breaking the rules from what I'm hearing and what I see. So,
we need this new housing opportunity urgently to house people, and also because there's so many RVs out there being used as rental dwellings illegally right now.
the staff will return with Brenda about.
thank you.
So thank you.
With our awesome Brenda. She's known as Awesome Brenda today.
Give a secondary shout out to Brenda as well after. Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you, Brenda. Okay, we're now at item number 23. And it is afternoon. Unfortunately, 2:00. We're only an hour late.
I have another meeting at 3, so.
Okay, well, Christy, did you hear
We'll
that?
roll right through this.
We're just rolling.
Good afternoon. Again, for the record, Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Management. So on the agenda, at Nick's request, I drafted a letter of support to acquire 40 acres of Deschutes National Forest located southeast of Lapine. So this letter was submitted in draft form. So I'm here to get your feedback and input and see if the board is inclined to proceed.
So I mentioned this, to Commissioner Chang last time. Commissioner Dare, you weren't here. I don't know if you saw that. And I'm in support, and this is the letter that could provide the content. I know Commissioner Chang, you might have done some homework on this topic or whatever, so I'm supportive of the concept, just like I was last time.
I have no problem with the idea of these 40 acres moving out of federal ownership into county ownership, being sold into private ownership for utilization of this mineral resource. I just think we owe it to the federal taxpayers, ourselves included, to offer the Forest Service something for this valuable resource that they will be providing to our community. I just want to point out again that the county owns a bunch of very soggy land in the Little Deschutes River floodplain that we are never going to never going to use for anything, that we aren't really managing right now, that I think would make an excellent exchange for 40 acres of this property. So with that, I no problem with the transfer of this land through the county to private ownership. I have no problem with us selling the land and generating, earning some revenue from it, I assume. But I think that it's only fair to compensate the taxpayers of the United States for that in some way.
Okay, and I have no problem signing the letter as is, and I don't want to complicate the procedure, and if we can get this done, it would be nice.
So I'll move for approval of the letter as presented. As said, and
Okay. And I'll second it.
One item of further discussion. I would be curious whether our entire congressional delegation is working on this, or whether Congressman Bentz is just doing this on his own. To me, that always is an indicator of the viability of something. If it's got full congressional delegation support, it's more likely to move than if it only has one member. But
Well, I'm sure if Congressman Bentz would like us to support it, and the fact that Congressman Westerman is in charge of natural resources, I do believe that we probably will have a pretty good shot at it. So calling for the vote, Commissioner DeBonne,
yes.
Commissioner Chang, and the chair votes yes. So. Alrighty, thank you, Christy. Now we're at item number 24. I see a very patient person here. Or I did see a very patient person.
Scheduled for
Saw that what is it, single family homes number, the builds number went down under what they had estimated. So I think that was for last month. Can't wait to hear. Thank you, Bill.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Bill Kuhn, Deschutes County Treasurer. Been a long day today. Like Peter indicated earlier, we have a college-age daughter that came home, and our hot water usage has gone up.
That's because they don't have baths in the.
So I was paying attention. What I'll do is, like I typically do, I'll touch on a couple of high-level economic indicators. Recently, it's been a very interesting day today, by the way.
Did it go through?
Excuse me?
They drop it 25 basis.
They did. Yeah. The Fed had a 2-day meeting that concluded today about 11:30. And they indicated they're going to go ahead and cut the rate by 25 basis points. And the other part of that message is a more delayed action into 2025. I think I've used the terminology before. They're looking at potentially 2 rate cuts now in 25, which is dramatically less than what they were talking about previously. There are concerns, and I'll touch on a couple of key indicators here shortly, that inflation is not abating as quickly as they thought it would. And there's also signs that inflation is actually in certain key areas in the economy going the other way. And there's also concerns too around the new administration with Trump. Some of his policies are essentially looking at potential trade war with China, enacting large tariffs as barriers to purchasing products that are produced overseas, and what impact that might have on inflation as well. So I think still a lot of uncertainty out there right now. And as I've indicated before, the Fed's only real tool in their toolbox is rate policy. And so if they reduce rates too quickly, too soon, would they want to revert that course and basically increase rates again? So hopefully we don't have to go there, but there's some concern right now that inflation is not abating as quickly as they expected. The other item that I noted a month ago when I presented to you was the fact that our current budget under a continuing resolution expires on Friday. Congress is, as we speak, putting the final touches on another continuing resolution that I've lost track of the number. I think it's 7. And that would push out full year budget discussion to March 14th. From what I could see, they haven't voted on it yet, but it's right up to the cliff right now. And so to basically be able to get a vote in and have that approved by Friday's funding deadline is going to be pretty tight, but that's what's currently happening right now. So, and then the other item that I haven't seen any conversation around addressing is our borrowing limit, our debt limit ceiling increase, which expires on January 2nd, 2025. So there's another issue out there that hasn't been addressed, and certainly needs to have Congress's full attention.
What's the limit at right now?
We're at the current 35 trillion, I think.
Well, no, we're up at 36.
I know, we're over the limit.
Okay,
Yeah,
we are.
what they did was they basically took the limit that was in place back in 2023 and froze it at that level and didn't require. So basically they suspended the debt limit at that point. And, but they pushed it out to January 2nd in 2025. So that's approaching as well. And I haven't really seen any communication around that up until now. So talking about economic factors, the November CPI rose slightly to 2.7%, up from 2.6% in October, which was slightly higher than forecasted. And again, concerns over persistent pressure on housing cost, which is basically the big item within that. And that accounted for 40% of that increase. So real focus again on housing costs. Talked a little bit about the fact that they anticipate slower reduction in short-term rates into 2025 over concerns over still elevated inflationary pressures. From a manufacturing perspective, the producer price index increased to 3% year over year, which was higher than analyst expectations. And again, marks continued inflationary demand for goods. And again, that's a measure of the change in price of goods sold by manufacturers. So inflationary pressure there as well. A little bit of good news. The most recent average 30-year mortgage rate declined to 6.73%, which is down 23 basis points over a month ago. And that rate typically tracks the yield on the 10-year Treasury rate. So we've seen some reductions in longer term rates, but again, we haven't really been able to see the full benefit of that. And following the decline in mortgage rates, mortgage applications increased 5% month over month, but housing continues to be a drag on GDP growth. And again, we haven't seen the impact from these recent rate cuts. And this was news that was announced yesterday morning. Housing starts in November unexpectedly fell 1.8%, pulling the annual pace down to 1.25 million or 29 million, which is a 4-month low. and starts were expected to rise 2.6%. So that was a big swing from analyst expectations to what we actually saw. As I usually do, I'll talk a little bit about kind of at the regional level, some of the markets here within Deschutes County. Bend's single-family residential market experienced a significant drop in median sales price to $700,000 in November, which was down from $800,000 in October. But the biggest reason for this decline was that there were considerably fewer homes in the $1 million range that were part of that database than what we'd seen in the prior month. Of 119 sales for the month of November, only 25 sales, or 21% of that, was above $1 million. And 31 of these were cash sales. So what we saw is a big drop in the median sales price, primarily driven by fewer $1 million plus homes in that database than what we saw in October. There's now a 3-month supply of homes currently listed, with 51 days now listing period for sold properties.
Talking Bend.
Yeah, talking Bend.
Okay.
And I'll talk about a couple of other markets here as well. Bend area's single-family building permits were flat at 59 in November, and they were 53 in October. For Redmond, showing similar trends, current median sales price of $491,000 in November, which was virtually flat with $500,000 in October. Redmond area building permits dropped to only 14 for the month of November, down from 39 for the prior month. And again, most sales in that Redmond market continue to be in kind of that low to mid $500,000 range, which seems to define affordable housing in the region. And looking at other markets in Deschutes County, Sisters Market, $700,000 median sales price. Sun River, $1.6 million, but there were only 3 sales. So a very small market sample there. And Lapine came in at $338,000 for the month.
What did that go? Did you know what that was prior month?
Excuse me.
What was Lapine prior month average?
Lapine prior month was a little over 400,000. Yeah, it's
Everybody was really dropping then.
Yeah, yeah. Any questions on economic conditions? Rolled along here. November treasurer's report, provide a few quick highlights. Portfolio balance was $373 million at month end, which was a significant increase from October, primarily driven by robust tax collections and the timing of tax turnover. We processed a large tax turnover on Friday, December 2nd. So that was basically a timing difference. Net investment earnings for the month are $1,309,000 for the month, which was $486,000 higher than last month's earnings, and also $351,000 higher than a year ago, reflective of a number of higher rate environment, our funds management, and year-over-year growth in the portfolio. All portfolio category balances are well within policy guidelines. Note the LGIP rate did drop in November to 4.85%, which was down from 5% in the prior month. I'd been expecting it for several months. This took a little bit longer than I anticipated. With recent investment activity, the portfolio now has a weighted term to maturity of 0.96 years. So we brought that back up to basically a full year. Time to maturity is somewhat skewed by courthouse funding that was invested to match the expected funding need. And also our distribution schedule now shows that portion of each month's redemptions that are targeted towards courthouse funding. And you're aware that courthouse funding has been somewhat delayed because of timing in that construction process. And we're still keeping roughly or targeting around $40 million in short-term liquidity, which is at this time yielding the LGIP rate of 4.85%. So any questions on any of that? Hearing none.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. All right, Robert.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We're
Robert Tintle, Chief Financial Officer. The good news is, in a review of the good news, you're looking forward to good news. All right. The good news is in reviewing the financial statements for November and looking at the projections by fund, there wasn't a lot of change in most of the funds. So that means we can have a streamlined process for this month. I'll just highlight the funds that that there was some significant change or items of note I'd want to make sure to communicate to you today. Additionally, just where we're at in the process, as far as you've been hearing a lot of budget items this morning, there is a deadline of, actually today, the 18th, and the 18th, for departments that are general funded and internal service funds to turn in their budget saving options to the budget office, and we will gather that information, and that will be presented to you at the January 10th board retreat meeting. So we're working in preparation.
That's been
for
moved.
that. Oh,
That's been moved from January 10th. That's an AOC day. So we have to move that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry to tell you. I think we have, haven't we?
We have that to discuss under other items.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm not trying to jump ahead. Anyway,
Okay.
well, whenever it happens, board retreat, we'll present that information to you as well. But anyway, so there's a lot of continuing work behind the scenes going on based on the fiscal year 26 pre-planning budget process that we previously discussed with the board and at the mid-year budget committee meeting. So with that, we can start in your packet on page 256, high-level overview. This is finance report for November 2024. Revenues are 42 million, 87% of budget. Expenses are 14.9 million or 30.3% of budget. Comparison last year was 18.2. But I do want to point out we had more additional transfers last year of 3 million. So if you take that out, it's about 15.2 million, which is just $300,000 difference between the 2 years in growth in the general fund and expenditures if you take out the transfer. So that's a more comparable number there. And we'll get into more of the general fund in just a few minutes as well. Next page, 257, the FTE position report. Again, just highlighting year to date, so far it's 10.57%. Again, it's pretty consistent with the average that we've been holding steady now for the last 3 years, although there'd be fluctuation within different departments or different funds on that. Page 258, the overtime and actual report. You will see in the first set of columns, there are 4 funds that are projecting right now to be over their budget in total personnel costs by the time we get to the end of the year, just based on projections today. Obviously, we won't allow that to happen because there will be a budget adjustment later in the year as the final ones usually in June, they'll true up where they'll see. But this just gives you a picture of, even though today no one is over budget, when you look at their actuals, we're all within target. However, they're realizing we will need a budget adjustment at some point. Typically, those comes from savings from other areas. And as mentioned earlier, actually, I think it was Commissioner DeVone that mentioned it. We made some budget adjustments to beginning working capital through that process of truing up where we budgeted to what actuals ended up, and all that will be reflected in the financials next month. So as we move to the general fund on page 263, it is similar to our projections to where we're at. I just want to point out a few things. The very top line, property taxes current, it shows we're at 92% of budget, and this is comparing what we thought we'd get compared to the budget. We're at 92%. That is our average. We usually average about 92% collection at the November timeline. Last year was 94%, so it was a little higher last year at this point compared to what we received, compared to what we budgeted. However, 92% is the average. But you might recall last year, we also had a higher AV growth than what we had budgeted. We experienced 5.6% was our actual AV growth, and we had only budgeted 4.9 last year. It's kind of opposite this year, but that's why that number was higher. One other point as far as tax collections, and this applies obviously not just to the general fund, but it applies to the sheriff's office, 911, all the taxing districts. This year, at this point, 85% of the tax accounts had paid to receive their 3% discount. Last year, it was 84% of all the tax accounts paid to receive the 3%, paid in full and received the 3% discount. In 22, it was 85%. So the percentage of taxpayers that are paying their account in full to receive the 3% discount is on trend. It's on what we'd expect and 1% higher than last year. Because I know we get, anecdotal information, and there are a lot of people struggling, and it's a real financial situation for a lot of people to pay their taxes. But thus far, it's the trend's continuing to what we've seen in other years.
So really, those people that are having that really hard time, we want to keep them in their homes so they don't become homeless. I mean, maybe everyone else is paying their taxes, but we've got to really worry about those people. Because you saw if they're only getting 2.6% more in Social Security, that's not going to cover anything.
That is
So,
our office does a lot of work, especially referring people to the Homeless Assistance Fund or Home Assistance Fund and the Senior Deferral Program. Now, obviously, those are targeted segments, but that's where a lot of the pressure comes in. And so we do refer a lot to get that. In fact, we've even brought down the number on our foreclosure list from those that were advertised, and they've been working really hard on that. So we do communicate all the resources that we have available.
And don't forget the Giving Plate. They do a tremendous job of helping people keep food on the table.
Thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
Page 265 in your packet fund, the TRT fund, 160, 170. First at the top on resources, just want to point out a reminder, it's not on this report, but if there was one more column added to the left, it would be our fiscal year 23 budget. So just a reminder, in fiscal year 23, we had budgeted 13.6 million in TRT revenue. We only received 12.6. But that's why you see in fiscal year 24, our budget was 12.6 million. And then in the current year, we budgeted it down to 12.1. And in the final column, the projection, you can see right now we're projecting 11.9, so a little less at this point. And again, as Cam mentioned earlier in her presentation, the budget manager, we'll relook at what we'll eventually budget for this fund as we get closer. But if you look at where we're at, compared to actuals last year, we are now down year to date 1.5% compared to where we were at this point last year. We started off the high, we were above, at 5.6%, but now we're down because the month of November was also down 5.6% compared to last year. So we're down 1.5% compared to actuals for last year. So more good news, but good news, I guess, compared to our budget, since we lowered our budget, we're still 0.8% above, but that number is coming down because we started the year with just our first month, we were ahead 7.9% compared to budget. And we expect that we'll see how it goes, but that's why we're watching this closely.
Well, the good news was at our Central Oregon Visitors meeting the other day, they actually said that corporate business bookings have really come back. So if we don't have the smoke, we may really do well.
Yep. And there's snow in the mountains for the winter time.
Right. Hey, ARPA Fund 200, next page. I think we talked a little bit about, there's been some emails. I just want to make sure we're clear on this. The latest information, less maybe a discussion that occurred today. You might recall on the November 13th meeting, board directed $1.5 million into the ARPA reserve. And then from that, we used 400,000 of the TSSA funding. But then subsequently after that, the Crow operations returned $250,000 and it was unallocated, but if it's used for homelessness, that leaves about $1.4 million. But I understand Christie's item might have also had some ARPA funding use for that. So I'm not sure.
57,000.
57,000. Okay.
With the contingency.
Yeah, you can take a note of that. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Mark that down. So just an update there on those funds. Again, most of these funds haven't had a lot of change. If we look to page 269, Health Services Fund, last month, you may recall there was a slight reporting error in that report. I apologize for that, but I do want to, this
this report is correct for this month, so you can look at those numbers there. Just mentioning the reserves for Fund 270 OHP reserves. The current actuals are 26.5 million, and the projection at year end is 30.2 million in that fund. And obviously, you'll have ongoing conversations with health services as well. These other funds, I am flipping through the pages. As I reviewed them, there was no change or no major change as far as their projections or year end where they're looking at. If you have any questions on any certain one, just let me know. But again, if you compared last month to this month, they are right close. So I'll skip all the way to page 283 in your packet, which is the RV Park Fund 618. It's not a lot of money, but I just wanted to point out, if you look at near the top, their resources, when you look at their projections, their revenue is actually down from last month, what they're projecting to end up at the end of the year by 25,000, and their expenses also up by 15,000. So at the net, their total fund balance at the end where they're expecting, you can see the last column, the variance, 81,000 over from what they budgeted. So their projection now at 149,813, it's $10,000 difference. So not huge. Any other fund, I would have just skipped that by, but for the RV park, their revenues did change, their expenses fluctuated, but the net between them is about $10,000. So I just thought that was worth noting because it's more material first. But no concerns on that fund. Fund 675, page 286 in your packet is the Health Benefits Fund. We talk about this one a lot. Just wanted to point out the total resources. If you look at the projections, and I know you also changed the budget for that today as well earlier, but the revenue projection is up $200,000 from what we were projecting last month. So it's now at 42.8 million projection for total resources. And the expenditures stayed the same on the projections, but on the last line, total fund balance, you'll see the actuals where we are to date. That middle column is 8.7 million. That's up $700,000 from where we were at this point last month. And then the projection, we're anticipating about 7.9 million, which is up about 200,000 from last month. Again, we update the projections every single month, and this is a volatile fund. So we will continue to look at that every month. And that is it for my financial report, unless you have any final comments.
Thank you. Great. All right, so now we're at item number 26, board selection for next year, 2025. Anybody want to say anything? Well, it's been my pleasure serving as chair this year.
And thank you for your service. Yeah.
You can go ahead and pick between you two. We all know how this is going to go.
See, what is it? We have 2 more years. All right. So Commissioner DeBonne, do you have anything to say?
No.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Chang, you have anything else to say?
Well, we have established a precedent of partisan, partisan selection of board chair, abandoning the historical precedent of rotating the chairship. And I'm operating under the assumption that we'll just continue with that this year unless somebody wants to change direction.
Okay. Let's see. Well, I do believe you were nominated for vice chair the last couple of years, but you didn't want to do that. So
I served as vice chair in my very first year. It didn't mean that I would ever get to serve as chair. So I don't really want to be a vice chair if it doesn't actually add up to serving as chair.
I feel like we all have to work really hard at our job. We have over 210,000 people that we're serving, and we're actually all working incredibly hard. And I guess the comment I would like to make today is that I'll never forget the day when I was reading the Bend Bulletin and I submitted a little teeny sentence about fire free in something that was going to be printed in the paper, and they took me out. I mean, I was like, oh my gosh. And I was just like going, well, it was just a statement, and yet it wasn't, they didn't want to include me in the paper. So I felt really badly. So it's always interesting, but we work together. We sometimes the votes can be always different. So I find that maybe we aren't the greatest group working together, but we actually do. So, and I believe that that's good because we have to make our discussions in front of the public, and we've always done that. So, good news. Oh, somebody needs to make a motion.
I have to leave to get to a meeting at 3. So if you want to defer this and move on to our other items, and you all can discuss it among yourselves later, I'd be happy to do that. But
Okay, you mean defer this and go to the executive sessions? Because what time do you have? You actually said 3 earlier, but you have to leave now?
I'd really like to be at those meetings shortly after 3. I need 10 minutes of walking time.
Okay, so is that a problem if we don't vote today?
You can vote. You can. What I'm suggesting is if we're just going to sit here and not make any decisions, that we could just go ahead and move on to the executive sessions, and then you all can make a decision after I leave.
Sure, why not?
I would just add, the code technically states that the decision can be made at the first meeting in January. So that could be scheduled for then. And if there's not a consensus amongst 2 commissioners on who's going to serve as chair, then it's the commissioner with the longest serving tenure on the commission will be appointed as chair. And then the vice chair will be the second longest commissioner's tenure.
Oh, thank you for having those. So we're not breaking the rules then by not voting today.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I can't remember when we have in the past, but. Okay. Well then, if we can go, we have any other items that we need to discuss today?
Chair, I have a couple of items.
Sure.
The first item is that the Association of Oregon Counties has asked if the Board of Commissioners would like to petition the AOC Board of Directors to appoint a member of our commission to the Legislative Committee. And if yes, then which commissioner will represent Deschutes County on the AOC Legislative Committee? And just for reference, Commissioner Chang served in 2023. Commissioner DeBone is currently serving in that capacity. And so the decision is for next year, 2025.
If we're taking turns, I would say it's Commissioner Adair's turn.
And I'll support that.
Okay, do we need a motion?
I would suggest one.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So can you make a motion?
I'll move that the board appoints Commissioner Derrick to be our liaison to the legislative committee at AOC for the coming year.
I will second it.
Any further discussion? Mr. Chang,
Yes.
Mr. DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. The departing chair votes yes. Okay, what else?
Thank you. The second item I have is that I did meet individually with you yesterday to discuss the planned board retreat on Friday, January 10th. Since we scheduled that date, we did learn that the Association of Oregon Counties is conducting a series of meetings, legislative meetings that day. And I thought it would be helpful to bring that discussion back to you. I did receive different opinions on whether we should proceed that day with the retreat or we should reschedule it. We had proposed, I had offered a few days to reschedule it, but those days are also tough to make it work for the board. So I'll just turn it over to the board if you want to share your perspective.
So none of those dates, you couldn't get one person on like the 23rd or the 24th or anything?
There were conflicts each day with at least one commissioner, and at least one commissioner really wanted to continue to proceed with the retreat scheduled for January 10th.
So yeah, January 10th, AOC Public Safety and Veterans Steering Committee, and also Transportation and Community Development, both of them very important. I do come to the conclusion though, that this is us being commissioners in our county on that day. So I would conclude the priorities to do our retreat day on the 10th.
The other two committees, in natural resources and transportation and community development, I would be comfortable. I would be comfortable skipping natural resources steering committee. I don't think very much valuable gets done there, but I would very much like to participate in the transportation and community development committee meeting at 1. So if we could do our retreat in 5 hours and be ready to go to AOC subcommittee meetings at 1, that would work for me.
We tried that 5-hour thing a year ago and I thought it worked out really horribly. Remember, we went to some visitors meeting. Anyway, it really, we do need a day. Honestly, that's terrible. Okay, so the 24th isn't good. Did we look at
The February 4th, Commissioner Chang is out of the office on the 31st. The 4th, there were conflicts. The 7th, there were conflicts. And then we didn't.
And we're in February, you're talking February.
Correct. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
And then there were other dates in January that I spoke to a couple of you about possibly, but Brenda, we hadn't coordinated to see about all of you, but January 23rd, 27th, 28th, 29th, to see if those dates would be an alternate date if the board is.
Can we try that? I really think we should have it in January, and it would be best, honestly, to have it for more than 5 hours. I think it really warrants
So
more
let's just
attention.
commit to January 10th then.
Well, Commissioner Chang wants to do the transportation meeting, which is at 1 on that day.
Okay, well, yeah, Commissioner Chang, would you support having it all that day and not going to the AOC meetings?
He just said he wanted to.
I think that there will actually be meaningful legislative policy discussions in that committee, the Transportation Community Development Committee, and I would like to participate in those. Like I said, I'm happy to run 5 hours and then head on to that, but I would really like to be able to participate in that.
The 23rd works for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be excellent. The 27th, that'd be great. Thank you.
It's fine too.
That works. Great. Thank you very much. The third item I had is just a quick update, if we can, on the Redmond Managed Camp meeting that we conducted yesterday afternoon. Eric Kropp will provide that update. We referenced it this morning and said that we would briefly talk about that. So Eric, thank you for sharing a summary of the meeting.
You're welcome. The working group met yesterday. Commissioner Chang was in attendance. Commissioner Chang and Adair switch off every other meeting. The working group looked at two conceptual plans that were developed by Hayes McCoy and had discussions about both of those. Hayes McCoy is currently working on cost estimates, both for the actual construction of the managed camp and as well as the operating costs associated with a managed camp. And what we'll do is we'd like to come back probably in January to the Board of County Commissioners once we have more refined cost estimates and discuss those with the board and talk about the two conceptual plans. The group also discussed whether or not to do some research about how to best operate one of these managed camps. There was some concerns that it could delay the construction of a managed camp, but there was discussion about trying to run those processes parallel. One of the next important steps will be to define the project scope, not only the conceptual plan, but how the operations will occur, because that will impact the budget. Once we have budget cost estimates for the operations of a camp and the different types of operations, I think that will help the board narrow down the project scope. Also, once one of the conceptual plans is selected, the next step will be to have engineered drawings that could be used to bid out the project. So we plan to come back in January, share the cost estimates with the board, and seek some board direction.
Austin, what day in January?
I don't know.
Okay.
Thanks for that report, Eric. I would say that's a pretty good summary of what happened from my perspective. You know, the additional layer I would add is we looked at these two different designs, different layouts, and people's concerns about the operation of the managed camp started to get us bent around the axle with choosing between those two options. There was, one of the configurations may cost less in terms of the amount of road, the linear feet of road that need to be built. That was the primary one. If there's power run to the site, how far you're going to have to run the power utility lines. But it wasn't very clear what this would all add up to. One would definitely take more linear feet of road, but what the actual physical, the financial cost of that was not clear. So Hayes McCoy is going to those numbers I'm particularly interested in seeing, because he's going to help us understand this one might cost $40,000 more, or we don't know what the number is. I don't think it's going to be in the hundreds of thousands, but there will be a cost difference, and then we will have the basis to be able to say, are the operational concerns with one layout versus another significant enough to go with the more expensive option, for the capital costs, if it will save us a lot of grief and potentially cost on the operational side. So there was, some of the service providers present really did express concerns about what the operation of this managed camp is going to look like. Is there going to be site management, essentially facilities management? Is there going to be supportive services and case management? Can one organization do both of those things, or do you need two different ones? There was a lot of real serious questions about how you operate this managed camp. And I think that, it was very appropriate for people to start raising those concerns at this point, because, you know, if we build something and we have no plan for how it's going to be staffed and operated, then it's not going to do us a whole lot of good. So there's, you know, that's my spin on what happened yesterday. There's some configuration questions that need to be resolved once we get cost information. And then we really need to start thinking seriously about the operational concerns.
Thank you. And I will add a note that I did meet with Chuck Hemingway yesterday. The city of Bend is going to make decisions by December 31st regarding their budget for, you know, our temporary safe parking area. So the good news is, yeah, we should have some really great feedback shortly that we'll know a little bit more what's happening in Deschutes County. So that's only a couple weeks.
So as I said, I'm very focused and I want to help and support, and let's go full speed ahead for a land transfer for the fairgrounds. So July 1st is a date that's been mentioned, and I want to support. How can we make sure we're deterministically working on this land swap? I'm laying that out there if anybody wants to answer or have any thoughts on that. You know, it's been years we've been talking about this, and now we're starting the next project, which is fine. And I want it to be successful, but we need to have a deterministic land swap to happen. Not, oh, we kind of got halfway there and then it got a little messy and then everybody went in their own corners and stopped. We can't do that this time.
Yeah, this managed camp is really the linchpin for us getting it done. And
Well, the other linchpin is the fact that my last feedback from someone, the governor, there's homeless people that are living on the land that we're going to get. So, you know what, we might get ours cleaned up, but then we're going to have to clean up what's on theirs. And that's going to be, we really need to see what's happening there.
And that's good information, which is fine. As I say, this
Not
is
fine.
It's information, and I know I'm not
Cleaned up,
yeah.
so.
But let's get serious about action, response, deliverables, and dates. That's all I'm asking.
Can I ask Eric? So we have committed to one commissioner, you know, at least one commissioner being at these meetings, and Commissioner Adair and I are sharing that responsibility. There's nothing that prohibits. These are public meetings, or they're not public meetings?
They are not.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Can't they be?
Well, yes, theoretically they could be. I mean, they would take it would be a different type of meeting. And also, since the city of Redmond has been hosting them, there need to be a conversation with the city of Redmond.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's ask Ed then when he gets back from vacation.
I mean, the other way we could accomplish, you know, all three commissioners feeling like they're getting to track what's going on, it would be to have this be the subject of a joint meeting with the board and the city council, or to have someone from that group come and give a presentation to all three, the full board of commissioners.
It could be as simple as one commissioner or two or three making a public commitment that July 1st is a date for a land transaction, which is a goal, and then you work your way back from it. I worry that we're working down a path where we hope that it's going to work out in the end, and we're not confronting head on some of the real sticky issues. And I'm not discounting the sticky issues. This is a messy situation, but I don't want to watch this go another whole year. There's a season, fire season, cold winter season. Next summer is the time for action there. And I'm just motivated because remember, it was 2 years ago, I went and set up a tent and lived out there for a week and got to know what was going on, got a feel for what was on the ground. And then I've been disregarded as an expert or somebody that understands what's going on. We may have differences. We may have policy differences in how we're going to proceed, but this is 2 years later.
Nobody's trying to invalidate what you learned and what you experienced. The proposals that you put forward for solving our problem were not supported by a majority of the Board of Commissioners.
Well, and that's why I started out the way I did. I'm not here to take away from good progress, but I'm asking for commitment. So you're saying let's have a community
Yeah.
meeting and talk about it.
My
I'm asking
commit-
for commitment.
My commitment is, my commitment is I'm working my butt off to try and figure out the path forward and what the solutions are going to look like and lining up all the partnerships. How's that?
By a date?
I'm doing that every day.
By July 1st, 2025?
My commitment is to do that work every day, starting
So
3
it's
months
not
ago
a date.
to moving forward. Yeah.
That's all I'm acknowledging. I mean, so now we have a situation where we're going to work hard, spend money, and we're not sure what's going to happen here.
There's a whole
Being
lot of,
deterministic is what I'm asking for, because we're spending a lot of time and resources.
if we had made a commitment to have the courthouse done, started 6 months ago, would it have done us any good? No. Right? Are we moving forward with the courthouse? Yes. Is the courthouse going to get done? Yes. Why? Because we're working on it dedicatedly and diligently. Okay.
Land swap.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
Land swap.
I'm committed to getting the land swap done.
By an undetermined date?
Well, I'm committed to trying to get get this managed camp done, so it can be operational next summer.
So not a commitment.
Yeah, whatever.
No,
Okay.
I believe it will be, it will happen. It's a serious group.
And I'm just trying, I'm pointing out that we're not making a commitment. I mean, let's do it. Let's go.
We make lots of commitments that then we need to go back and pivot on. So like I appreciate you wanting people to be committed, and I am committed. Thank you.
Isn't it pathetic though? 20 years this has been going on. I mean, when you think about it, pathetic. 20 years. We've been trying to get this done. It's going to help our community, our fairgrounds, our whole relationship. The fact that the state is putting it on us that we have to have our side cleaned up, and yet their side is starting to get the homeless in it. So yeah, no, 20 years. I find it pathetic. So I'm working my hardest, and yeah.
I would love
Well,
to be
and
part of the.
I'm not bringing up, I'm not making up that date. The mayor, Ed Fitch, mentioned that to me. I had a personal conversation with him about a week and a half ago, and he said, yeah, it looks like we're setting up for July 1st.
Oh,
So hopefully it's a common goal.
It's definitely
It is a
common.
common goal.
It's a prevalent goal, and yeah, 20 years, and we're talking, what, 7 months? Yeah.
Okay, so I got maybe 5 or 10 minutes. If there's an executive section that I
Anything
could
else
be
in
part
other
of,
items?
I'd love to do that.
Okay, are we done then? Okay, thank you, Eric. All right, so let's close up and go to exec, please.
Just read this.
Oh, yes, statement,
One
please.
The Deschutes County Board of Commissioners will now convene an executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660. The specific authorization for this executive session is ORS 192.6602D and E, which allows the board to meet in executive session in order to discuss labor negotiations and real property negotiations. Designated staff and the media are allowed to remain during the executive session. However, the media may only report that the board met in executive session and identified the basis for the meeting. Recording devices are not permitted. No final decisions will be made in executive session, and at the conclusion, we will open the doors and invite the audience back to the room.
Okay. So, Kim, are we shut Okay. We are now out of executive session and
Merry
please-
Christmas.
yes, please proceed as discussed. Yes, Merry Christmas. And I'm not sure when our next meeting is, but I'm sure it's going to be in January.
Monday, January 6th. Oh, is that?
When is it?
Is it the 8th, 6th? Monday.
Please.
Monday afternoon.
It's January 6th, Monday afternoon at 1 p.m. Great. Okay. And go Ducks. Yeah, the Rose Bowl. Yeah, go Ducks.
January 1st. There you go.
Okay, everyone should be going to Pasadena. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, everyone.
Merry
Happy New Year.